But there is one thing I want to tell the youths outside there is keep moving, because a moving man will one day meet his luck, and be very passionate about leadership.
Chairman of the Nigerian Youth Parliament, Honorable Ibrahim, identified unemployment, insecurity, climate change, and limited youth participation as key challenges facing young Nigerians. He urged young people to pursue leadership with competence, courage, and integrity.
Every young Nigerian to see leadership as a call to service rather than an avenue for personal gains. Let us cultivate integrity, respect for diversity, accountability, and patriotism. Democracy flourishes when citizens participate responsibly.
Stressing that opportunities are not handed over, but must be pursued. As discussions ended, one message echoed event: Nigeria's future depends not just on empowering young people, but on their willingness to step forward, participate, and lead. Ahmed reporting S24.
Welcome to Political Arena here on S24 television. Nigeria is gradually approaching the 2027 general elections. Political realignments are taking shape across the country. One of the biggest developments in recent times is the emergence of a political alliance involving Peter Obi and Senator Rabiu Musa Konkoso under the platform of National Democratic Congress (NDC), coming on a joint ticket. Supporters describe the alliance as a formidable form that will challenge the ruling party in the forthcoming general elections in Nigeria, while APC believe that the coalition still faces some serious challenges and political opponents are yet there to face their own electoral hurdles. Can this partnership truly replace the Nigerian political system in 2027? What does this alliance mean for the opposition? Is Peter Obi and Rabiu Musa Konkoso willing to work in 2027? Joining us this afternoon is Mansur Umar Kurubu, spokesperson of Konkosia Movement. Mr. Mansur, welcome to Political Arena on S24 television.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdulkarim. It's a pleasure to be here.
I can see from your appearance you are actually a diehard of Konkosia.
Well, yeah, you're right about that, actually. I was almost being made in so many ways by Konkosia Movement, starting from my university degree where I studied in the university established by Senator Rabiu Musa Konkoso in Kano State. It was called Kano University of Science and Technology those days. Now I could go to University of Science and Technology. And then, of course, after performing very well, because you have to do your part, I got a scholarship as well. Under the administration of Senator Rabiu Musa Konkoso, I became a pilot. And to have experienced a life from a different perspective. So that's where the caffeine came into being. So yeah, I'm not only a diehard member of the Konkosia Movement, but literally I am like a son and breed of that particular movement. And of course, I'm seeing myself among the drivers of the movement now and in the future.
So based on the little interaction we had here, you mean you are, when it comes to politics, you are ideologically driven?
Absolutely, yeah. I strongly believe that politics should be for the people, and it should be able to address the critical needs, fundamental needs of mankind, not just for some
self-centered politician.
Not self-centered, but people-centered politics. So well, yeah, that is why, despite being everything, I find Konkosia Movement as a platform that really align with my own beliefs, interests, and ideas. Yeah.
Captain Mansur, thank you so much for honoring our invitation.
It's a pleasure.
Despite your tight schedule.
Yeah, so
let's begin with our topic. One of the biggest political story, like how significant is the alliance of Senator Rabiu Musa and Peter Obi?
I would say it's very significant, especially in today's politics, where we have seen a lot of sentiment in place, a lot of going on, and actually some sensitivities to our diversity, if I can put it that way, by some of the opposite parties that are can call an empire in the country. I mean, and this kind of alliance between Senator Rabi Musa Kwankwaso and Peter Obi, you can call it from the southern part of the country and northern part of the country, or you can call it different kind of diversity. It is actually a kind of inclusive approach in ensuring that every part of this country and every individual in this country is being represented and their interests are being respected. We are very sensitive, we are very intentional about ensuring we have a formidable platform where we are not only focused about ourselves or marginalizing any part of the country or group of individuals. So yeah, I can see this as a formidable platform
Alliance.
and an alliance that could provide a credible alternative for Nigerians. Yeah.
Did your party come from the ruling party? Because when you have the ruling party in 2015, it was a coalition, a merger happened between the southern part of the country that the northern part of the country that brought late President Buhari into power.
So we are not going to say we copied from APC because we were part of those that established the APC.
That was then.
And then we are part of the coalition. If you remember, our leader, Senator Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, was from PDP. And they were those that represented that red part of the APC. If you look at the logo of the APC and all of that, you see that red there that represents PDP. So we were not only, we are not only doing the merger or the coalition for the first time in 2023, 2027 election. But it was something that we have tried in those days. But however, the issues and the needs are different. Those days we were trying to chase away PDP because of their for one single area, one single sector. Then, the key sector was insecurity. And then we just felt like, why not? We are part of this government, but they are not doing well. So let us try and explore a different alternative and give Nigerians a different option. Unfortunately, now what we are seeing is beyond insecurity. You can talk of everything. I have never in my entire life, in my entire analysis and system of how governance works, I have never seen an administration that felt squarely in every angle like this particular administration of APC. I cannot put my hand on any single sector where I would say this sector got better in terms of delivery, good governance, and better life to Nigerians. So if there is any time for credible politicians to come together and provide a credible platform or alternative for Nigerians, this is the right time. And not only them, us as Nigerians, we are the major recipient of the impact of this failed government. So not only the work of credible or the big wings, like we call them, it's not only their work, but it's for all Nigerians. Except if somebody is just sitting in his house and being comfortable about anything that is wrong. But so how you are a Nigerian like all of us, and you really
are feeling the impact.
You must feel the impact, even if you, because the same resources that you could have used to utilize and have kind of way of life,
double it or even
much more than that. So it's not even a matter of we're just doing a coalition.
Reality.
It's a matter of survival. I call it this way. It's a matter of survival. If you really want to have a Nigeria that works for everyone, if you really want to have a purposeful leadership that seeks to benefit ordinary, because in this particular administration, the only people benefiting are the big politicians, the governors, and those around them. That's why every day ordinary Nigerians are moving away from APC. Our government now, they are moving into why? Because the government is only for
Every stitch tells a story. Inside this bustling workshop in Enugu, southeastern Nigeria, fashion entrepreneur Ifunaya Nwanko transforms colorful fabric into elegantly traditional headwears that have become symbols of celebration and identity. Today, her business is thriving, but it wasn't always this way. The platform she credits is Santa Fe Africa.
Santa Fe blew my business up. The first platform God uses, of course, I give glory to God. God used to blow my business.
What began as a local marketplace has evolved into a business support network, helping women entrepreneurs grow beyond small informal enterprises. This event connects business owners with customers while offering mentorship, training, and opportunities to build sustainable brands.
Nobody was encouraging the women to actually step into the food through entrepreneurs, making a business name, running an empire, thinking about legacy, seeing it as actually something to give back to the society.
Beyond the fairs, Santa Fe Africa runs practical training programs where women learn tailoring alongside business management. Goal is not only teaching a trade, but building businesses capable of competing beyond local markets.
The vision of Santa Fe in its entirety is helping women-owned SMEs to gain visibility and compete in the global markets.
So, one of the biggest barriers facing women entrepreneurs isn't only access to finance, it is confidence.
A lot of women don't have confidence in themselves, in what they do. Whatever it is they come up with, they think it's just something that's. But when you come together and then you see people of like minds, what they're looking to do, you can mutually reinforce each other. So it not makes you to be confident to believe that something good can come out of your idea.
That confidence is strengthened through mentorship, collaboration, and formal business structures to help entrepreneurs prepare for long-term growth.
We built the community, and there are activities happening in that community. We really help every business owner who wants to start with and go through protecting and structuring their business.
For Naya, the results became clear during an unexpected moment. While preparing documents for a visa application, she worried her bank statement might not show enough business activity. Instead, they revealed just how much the business had grown.
I was applying for visa. So they said I should do my statement back. I was like, in these 3 months, I should have more sales for the kind of I wrote my statement. I was like,
for women like Ifunaya, success is measured by more than sales. It is the confidence in bigger, skills to build stronger businesses, the opportunity for creativity to lasting enterprise.
Hello and welcome to your security update. I am Martha Obalanedu. Security operations and political developments are making headlines across Nigeria today. Police have intensified efforts against cultism in Enugu. Joint security forces have rescued kidnapped victims in Kwara, while fresh political tensions have emerged in Osun State ahead of the governorship election. Here are the details. First up, the Enugu State Police Command has arrested 14 suspected cultists and other criminal suspects during intelligence-led operations across the state. Police spokesman SP Daniel Indwe says officers recovered 2 firearms, 3 live cartridges, and other incriminating items. One of the guns, a locally made pistol, was reportedly recovered from a bush in Eha Amufu, Isiuzo local government area, following information provided by one of the suspects. The police say investigations are ongoing and have assured residents that operations against cultism and violent crimes will continue. In Kwara State, 9 kidnapped victims have regained their freedom after a joint security operation involving the military, police, and local vigilantes. The victims were reportedly abducted from a Jew community in Ekiti, local government area, and were being taken through a forest towards Niger State when security operatives intercepted the kidnappers. A gun battle followed, during which 3 suspected bandits were killed, while others escaped with injuries. All 9 victims were rescued safely and reunited with their families. Security agencies have since launched a manhunt for the fleeing suspects. And finally, in Osun State, the Nigerian Police Force has arrested the secretary to the state government, Teslim Igbalaye, and 5 others ahead of the state governorship election. Police says the arrest followed an intelligence-led operation linked to the ongoing investigations into alleged criminal and electoral offences. However, the Accord Party has described the arrest as politically motivated, alleging intimidation ahead of the August 15th governorship election. The police have denied the allegation, insisting the operation was based solely on intelligence and that investigations are continuing. And that's the latest on security updates. For more verified news and in-depth reports, stay with us. Do remember that security is a shared responsibility.
Technology is shaping industries, transforming businesses, and driving innovation across the globe. Hello and welcome to Tech Updates. Here are today's top stories. The World Bank has warned that Nigeria could miss out on the benefits of artificial intelligence if it fails to invest in AI skills, digital infrastructure, and local innovation. The bank says adapting AI to local needs will be key to driving economic growth and also creating more opportunities across the country. Meanwhile, 8 students-led startup from the University of Lagos have secured a total amount of 50 million naira under the federal government student venture capital grant. The funding is expected to support innovation, help the startup expand their businesses, and also encourage young entrepreneurs among Nigerians. And finally, African leaders have adopted the 2026 Abuja Declaration on Meaningful Connectivity, a new agreement aimed at expanding broadband access, attracting investment, and strengthening infrastructure across the continent. The declaration also supports affordable internet access and greater inclusion for millions of Africans. And that's a tech update for today. For more technology news and business development from around the world, do stay connected with us. I am Gladys Asikwa. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to S24 Entertainment Update. If your playlist could talk today, it probably would scream, "Save me a spot," because the music world is serving fresh seas, while Spider-Man is back, reminding us that saving the world is somehow easier than fixing your love life. Grab your headphones and your popcorn because we are diving straight into today's hottest entertainment stories. Afrobeat fans are already counting down after Benson teased what appears to be his first ever collaboration with Asake. The singer shared a 22-second clip from what appears to be a music shoot video, showing both artists on a stylish set while keeping the song title and release date under wraps. Even without many details, the teaser has sparked excitement online, with fans eager to hear what two of Afrobeat's biggest hitmakers can create together. If this drops soon, it could easily become one of the biggest collaborations of the year. Speaking of songs getting everyone talking, another Nigerian star is taking fans on a nostalgic ride with a familiar sound. Victoria has released the first teaser for his upcoming single, Fine. While it's already creating a buzz, fans are eagerly anticipating the song's official release. The track clearly samples Orezi's 2013 hit, You Got It, blending old-school Afrobeat vibes with Victoria's smooth and modern styles. Fans have welcomed the throwback sample, praised the fresh twist, and are eagerly anticipating the song's official release. Fine also builds momentum for Victoria's forthcoming project, Star Life, proving he has no plans of slowing down. From chart-topping music to blockbuster movies, let's swing to the big screen where everyone's favorite web slinger is back in action. Spider-Man Brand New Day picks up another after No Way Home with Peter Parker living lonely life after Doctor Strange erased him from the memories of MJ and Ned. While continuing to protect New York, Peter battles a mysterious, invisible enemy capable of controlling people's minds, all while struggling with the emotional weight of being alone. The film balances thrilling actions, heartfelt storytelling, reminding audiences why Tom Holland's Spider-Man remains a relatable one. Director Dustin Daniel Cretton delivers spectacular action sequences, while returning faces like Zendaya, Jacob Batalon, Mark Ruffalo, and John Bethany add familiar charm. Newcomer Sadie Sink also makes a strong MCU debut, leaving fans curious about what's next for her character. And that's your entertainment fix for today. Whether you are waiting for Benson and Asake to finally press release, continue counting down to Victoria's Fine, or planning your next trip to see Spider-Man, there's plenty to look forward to. We'll be back with more celebrity buzz, music drops, and movie moments. Until then, stay entertained and keep the conversations going. I am Linus Kuyet, and thanks for watching.
You've been talking to someone for days, weeks, or even months. Everything seems fine. Then suddenly, they disappear. Your messages are delivered but never replied to. No explanation, no goodbye, nothing. So, why do people do this? The truth is, not everyone is good at difficult conversations. For some people, saying I'm no longer interested feels awkward. So they choose to disappear instead. They think silence is easier than explaining themselves. Sometimes people ghost because they've already made up their minds and they don't want to deal with the other person's reaction. Others simply lose interest and move on without thinking about how the other person might feel. Social media has made ghosting much easier. These days, someone can unfollow you, block you, or stop replying with just one tap. It's quick, but it can leave the other person with so many unanswered questions. The problem is that ghosting doesn't just end the conversation. It leaves confusion behind. Instead of getting closure, people are left wondering, did I do something wrong? Was it something I said? At the end of the day, communication may be uncomfortable, but it shows maturity and respect. A simple, honest conversation can be much kinder than disappearing without a word.
Day and the world of sport is once again making headlines. From record-breaking performances in Glasgow to major debates over football's future and crucial matches for Nigerian teams across Africa, today's stories bring a mix of achievements, controversy, and anticipation. Welcome to Sports Update on S24 Rundown. I am Udokan Godspower. We begin in Glasgow, where Team Nigeria's outstanding campaign at the 2026 Commonwealth Games continues to gather momentum. The country's medal tally has now risen to 7 gold, 5 silver, and 2 bronze medals, following another memorable day for its athletes. Goodness Nwachukwu successfully defended a women's F42 to F44 and F61 to F62 discus title in spectacular fashion, producing a throw of 39.66 meters to break her own F42 world record by more than 3 meters. Earlier, Jessica Orji marked her international debut with a silver medal in the women's shot put, becoming the first Nigerian woman to win a Commonwealth Games medal in the event since 2006. With another gold secured, attention now turns to one of Nigeria's biggest medal hopes as world record holder Tobi Amusun begins her quest for a historical third consecutive Commonwealth Games title in the women's 100 meters hurdles. And from the track, we move to football's boardrooms, where a major debate continues to unfold. FIFA President Gianni Infantino has defended the proposed FIFA Forward Enterprises project, insisting the new commercial structure will create more revenue for football development while keeping control of the World Cup firmly in FIFA's hands. However, the proposal continues to face resistance, with other football stakeholders joining UEFA in arguing that the World Cup should not be treated as a commercial investment. They have also raised concerns over transparency and the possible long-term influence private investors could have on the game. Moving away from football politics to football action, the Flying Eagles have another important assignment later today. The Nigerian side faces Togo in the WAFUB Under-20 Championship, knowing that victory would secure an early place in the semi-finals after their impressive 4-2 win over Ghana in their opening day fixture. And finally, the focus returns to the Women's African Cup of Nations. following their shock defeat to Malawi, Azizat Oshoala has urged Nigerians to keep believing in the Super Falcons, insisting that the team has the quality and experience to bounce back. The 10-time African champions now face the challenge of reviving their campaign as they continue their pursuit for a record-extending 11th WAFCON title. And that's a wrap on today's sports update. From world records in Glasgow to major football decisions and crucial matches across Africa, the sporting world continues to remind us that every day brings a new chapter. I am Udokan Godspower. Do hold your horses as Sidika brings Pidgin News your way after the break.
Una welcome again, my brothers, my sisters. Naija matter, e no need too much grammar. Make we begin yarn wetin dey ground today. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar don tell Oga Presido say make him face front, leave political drama alone. Im tell President Bola Ahmed Tinubu say make him face the hunger wey dey ground, insecurity and high cost of living. Make him for stop to dey pursue political opponents up and down. Atiku talk this one through im spokesman wey be Frank Shaibu after Tinubu talk say im dey ready to dey wrestle opponents for 2027 election. Atiku say make Tinubu focus on how food price go take fall, make jobs dey and economy for dey sharp instead of to dey do political drama up and down. One activist group wey be Take It Back no announce nationwide protest for August 5. Contagan say the protest na festival of the oppressed. Their oga wey be Juwan Sanyaolu talk say they dey protest because cost of living don high, insecurity dey town, and government dey use Cybercrime Act take shut people mouth. They dey demand 500,000 minimum wage. They say make food price fall, make they release people wey they catch for prison because of say they been talk for political matter, and make government for drop the Cybercrime Act. And like 78 federal government ministries and agencies don't set aside almost 400 billion naira for 2026 budget to take build things like town halls, mosque, palace for king, market and civic centers. Financial experts don't vex say this kind of project no concern the main work of those agencies at all. They come dey talk say if government for put this money for hospital, school, road and light, e go better pass. For agriculture, federal government don't talk say they go use artificial intelligence, wey be AI, robotics, biotechnology and other digital tech take boost farming and end hunger for Nigeria. Minister of Agriculture wey be Senator Abubakar Kyari talk this one for Abuja. He say Nigeria dey ready to make farming be like Obodo Yibo own through research, technology and private sector investment. And for inside Obodo Yibo, United States don't announce say them go stop normal visa processing for the embassy wey dey inside Abuja starting from August 1st, 2026. This move na part of their rearrangement across 25 diplomatic posts for Africa. Valid visas still remain valid, but any Naija person wey wan apply for normal US visa go now do am through the US consulate wey dey inside Lagos, no be Abuja again. And still for inside Obodo Yibo, we see say Australia Internet Safety Regulator don carry Telegram go court. They say the app refuse to delete violent extremist posts wey dey linked to big terror attack. They can say if Telegram lose the case, they go fit pay fine wey reach up to $54.6 million. Telegram self on the talk say they no agree with the charge and they don't already block thousands of bad channels this year. And people na here we go waka reach today, and until we jam again, my name na Sidika Yusuf.
Thank you, Sidikat, for the pidgin version of the news. And this brings us to the end of S24 Rundown. To join us tomorrow, same time, and remember to follow us on all our social media platforms at S24 Television for more updates and breaking stories. My name is Gloria Atta. Thanks for watching and bye for now.
transcending insecurity, creating millions of jobs and rapidly transforming the economy. However, many of these pledges lack clear policy frameworks, timelines, or clear funding plans. Over the years, such promises have struggled to match reality. The country from groups like Boko Haram and Islamic State West Africa province, while economic challenges such as unemployment and inflation continue to affect millions.
When campaign promises repeatedly fail, public trust in leadership begins to erode. Analysts say this often leads to voter apathy, declining turnout, and growing frustration with political system. Experts argue that democracy required credible policies.
Because elections should reward realistic solutions, not just the loudest pledges.
Finally, if campaign promises are not grounded in credible plans,
how can citizens distinguish between leadership and illusion?
For inside law, wetin person talk get power to build or to scatter life. But wetin go happen when that talk na lie? Today we go touchlight forced rape accusation, wetin some people dey call RNG case. E no too many, but the damage e dey do to our justice system and the innocent people e get where it's gone. For Nigeria, records show say forced rape accusation dey under 5%. Plenty abi? No, but e choke. When person lie, e dey waste police time and resources wey dey suppose use catch real criminals. And the worst part be say, e dey make the real world doubt real survivors wey really need help. Once person shout wolf and e be lie, tomorrow when the real gbege stop, people no go really believe am again. For the person wey dey lie against, na social death be that. Job go lost, family fit scatter, and the mental stress fit make person craze. Even the court later talk say, you know, that name rapist fit for your head for years like bad smell. Make nobody play. For now, if you lie give police, law the way they wait for you. Under the criminal code and the penal code, if you give false information or false evidence wey people dey call perjury, you fit jail term, sometimes up to 7 years or more. For Lagos, the criminal law 2011 even say if you lie against person for offence wey fit to death, you sef fit follow enter soup. So justice no dey blind because e no wan see. E dey blind because e no wan dey bias. We must protect real survivors, but we must also protect the truth, because when we play with the truth, everybody, including you and me, na loser.
A towering giant has fallen, a chapter closed, but the story of a legend echoes far beyond the final breath. Let's take a look at key life lessons to learn from the life of the late Alhaji Aminu Dantata. Alhaji Aminu Alhassan Dantata, businessman, philanthropist, and elder statesman, passed away in Abu Dhabi on June 28, 2025, at the age of 94. His body was laid to rest in the holy city of Medina. From kola nut trader to empire builder, Dantata's journey began in the dusty streets of Kano. By 17, he was already leading the family business founded in Bichi, a lineage of wealth, wisdom and work ethics passed down by his father, Alhassan Dantata, once West Africa's richest man. The late Aminu Dantata is an uncle to Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote. Alhaji Aminu Alhassan Dantata built industries in agriculture, real estate, manufacturing, and construction, but he never forget the poor. In 2024 alone, he donated 1.5 billion naira to flood victims in Borno. Across Nigeria, his philanthropy became folklore, quiet, vast, and life-saving. President sought his blessings. Scholars like US-based Dr. Yasser Qadi called him a shining star and a legendary icon, not in government, declared that national loss. President Tinubu called it monumental, and indeed it is. Dantata believed wealth meant nothing if it did not uplift others. He lived in Kano's poorest quarters, taught children to build from dust, and showed that dignity isn't won, it is lived. Alaja Aminu Dantata is gone, but his values, humility, dedication, and devotion endure. He did not just build wealth, but unfading kind of hope. And in a time of uncertainty, that is the rarest wealth of all. May Allah have mercy on the soul and grant him Jannatul Firdaus. Every city has a story, but some cities, against all odds, choose to tell the world stories. In the heart of northern Nigeria, Kaduna is daring to write its own chapter through film. This is Kaduna International Film Festival. Now, in its 8th edition, it has grown from a bold experiment into a global creative gathering. This year, more than 2,000 films from over 50 countries arrived, from Kampala to Kolkata, Paris to Abuja. Uganda unexpectedly led the way with the highest number of submissions, but only a few carefully chose and made it to the big screen. A reminder that at Cardiff, it's not about quantity, it's about quality and purpose.
This year we received over 2,000 entries from over 50 countries, and over 20 films were shortlisted, with Uganda having the highest number of entries.
The theme was bold: film for social change. Stories on religious intolerance, women's health, drug abuse, the girl child's right to education are spotlighted. Human trafficking was also included. Films that don't just entertain, but films that disturb, inspire, and demand action.
We can use film to fight against drug. When we look at girl child education, using film to make an impact in that area, we're also looking at the issues of women trafficking.
Even government agencies, the NCC, NDLEA, NAPTIP, stepped into the frame, signaling a rare partnership between art and policy. The response was massive. Delegates flew in from Uganda, Cameroon, India, France, the United Kingdom. For 5 days in August, Kaduna became a crossroad of cultures and a beacon of possibility. But amid this international acclaim lies a paradox. Local participation from Kaduna itself from the north remains painfully low, barely 1%. Why? Some say cultural barriers, lack of awareness, sometimes the absence of opportunity.
Kaduna Film Festival has gotten the biggest and the largest kind of publicity. It's on Wale Adenuga production, it's on DSTV, it's on different platforms. But I tell you the truth, without missing words, it is being undermined by the people from Kaduna State. Now the question is, how many practitioners came? Few, 1%.
It was very nice. Felt like a little bit like home, having a cup of Lipton's tea. And just to hear the kind of breadth of people that they've got, who they've invited. They've had quite a lot of people from across the region, from East Africa as well, West Africa. And then to go through the programme and see, the different types of films, best film, independent film. And obviously we've got the documentary section as well, so I'm particularly interested in.
Yet change is already visible. This year brought a quiet revolution, the launch of a skill acquisition program, workshops, masterclasses, practical training. Not just watching films, but learning how to make them. Here, creativity meets employability and art becomes opportunity. Government, too, is finding its role, renovating the Kaduna Cultural House, investing in policy, promising support for local productions. But officials are candid. They cannot do it alone. They are calling for public-private partnerships for sponsors and investors to share this dream.
We need private individuals to come in and then join hands together to lift the youth of Kaduna State.
The ripple effect is already felt. Hotels filled to capacity, streets alive with festival traffic. Kaduna, for a brief week, became a city of lights, voices, and stories. The 8th edition has been called the festival's coming of age. Years of patient work are bearing fruit. Better organization, bigger audience, government partnership, and international respect.
You know, let me use the illustration of a plant. In the early years of a tree, there's a lot of work underground. The roots stabilizing, drawing nutrients, firming up and just building. And then finally, you begin to see the flowers and the fruits, and you see a bit of sprouting. That's how you know there's a plant. But eventually, you begin to see the flowers and then you see the fruits. I think this 8th year is a year of the fruits.
And voices like Francis Duris remind participants that cinema is not only craft, it is culture, economy, and heritage.
Take it or leave it. The world cannot undermine Nollywood. Undermine it at all. Was Netflix here? Amazon. Yes, Netflix, they have come to Nigeria. Why are they here? You have the population, you have the natural resources, the human resources, you have the market. What else are you waiting for?
The journey ahead is long. To cement Kaduna as the creative capital of Northern Nigeria will require more than 5 days each year. It will take persistence, sponsorship, collaboration, and above all, belief. But something is shifting. With every edition, this festival grows stronger, louder, more certain of its voice. And with it, Kaduna, a city once overlooked, is finding its place on the world's creative map. This is not just a film festival. This is the power of story. For the S24 documentary special, I am Halima Abdulrauf.
On the morning of February 13, 1976, Nigeria woke up expecting another day under the leadership of a man many believed was changing the country's direction, not knowing that by midday, that man would be dead. His name was General Muritala Ramat Mohammed, head of state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, bold, blunt, uncompromising. And in just 200 days in power, he made more enemies than most leaders do in decades. This is not just the story of how he died. This is the story of why. Muritala Mohammed was born in Kano in 1938, a soldier shaped by discipline, fire, and speed. In the Nigerian army, he earned a reputation for acting first and explaining later. During the Nigerian Civil War, his aggressiveness on the battlefield made him both feared and admired. Within weeks, Muritala Mohammed retired thousands of civil servants and senior military officers. No long explanations, no committees, just action. Market traders, students, workers, to the masses, he was a hero. To the elite, he was a threat. Corruption to Muritala Mohammed was not a future problem. It was an immediate enemy. Thousands of civil servants, Judges and senior officers were dismissed for corruption, inefficiency, or abuse of office. There were no drawn-out trials, no political bargaining. Public office, he insisted, was not a private inheritance. In 1976, Murtala Muhammad announced a decision that will reshape Nigeria's future: the relocation of the nation's capital from Lagos to Abuja, a neutral city centrally located, designed to belong to no ethnic group, no region, no elite. He would not live to see Abuja built. But Abuja stands today because he imagined it first. Murtala Muhammad believed Nigeria must never appear weak at home or beyond its borders. He rejected foreign interference in African affairs and took bold positions against apartheid and colonial control, supporting liberation movements across southern Africa. Under him, Nigeria spoke loudly. Africa listened, and global powers took note. Friday, February 13, 1976, against security advice, General Murtala Muhammad insisted on driving himself to work. No armored car, no heavy escorts. Gunmen emerged, automatic rifles, no warnings. Within seconds, Nigeria's head of state was shot multiple times. He never made it out of the car. The car became a symbol not just of death, but of vulnerability. Bullets tore through metal, glass, and history. Inside that vehicle, a nation's momentum came to a sudden halt. This road looks ordinary today. Cars pass, people walk, life continues. But on this spot, Nigeria changed forever. No monument can fully explain what happened here. No plaque can capture the silence that followed this gunfire. Within hours, the radio announced the unshakable. For the family, there was no state power, only grief. The coup was led by Lieutenant Colonel Bukar Shuka Dimka. His broadcast accused the government of betrayal and injustice, but the coup failed. Within days, Dimka and other conspirators were arrested, tried, and executed. Wives, children, parents condemned to silence, stigma, and unanswered questions. When the smoke cleared, power shifted to General Olusegun Obasanjo. He chose continuity over chaos. He completed Murtala's transition program and handed power to the civilians in 1979. Some watched from exile, some from within the system. All understood one truth. After Murtala, Nigerian leadership would never feel the same. Murtala Muhammad ruled for only 6 months, but his shadow stretches across decades. He imagined a new capital. He confronted corruption head-on. He defended Nigeria's sovereignty without apology. To some, he was reckless. To others, a patriot. to history a reminder that change moves fast and enemies move faster. He died as he lived, in motion, unprotected, uncompromising. And Nigeria is still debating the cost. During election seasons in Nigeria, political campaigns are often filled with bold promises, sending insecurity, creating millions of jobs, and rapidly transforming the economy. However, many of these pledges lack clear policy frameworks, timelines, or clear funding plans. Over the years, such promises have struggled to match reality. The country, from groups like Boko Haram and Islamic State West Africa province, while economic challenges such as unemployment and inflation continue to affect millions.
When campaign promises repeatedly fail, public trust in leadership begins to erode. Analysts say this often leads to voter apathy, declining turnout, and growing frustration with political system. Experts argue that strengthening democracy requires credible policies.
Because elections should reward realistic solutions, not just the loudest pledges.
Finally, if campaign promises are not grounded in credible plans,
how can citizens distinguish between leadership and illusion?
For inside law, wetin person talk get power to build or to scatter life. But wetin go happen when that talk na lie? Today we go touchlight false rape accusation, wetin some people dey call RNG case. E no too many, but the damage e dey do to our justice system and the innocent people e get weight gone. For Naija, records show say false rape accusation dey under 5%. Plenty abi? No, but e choke. When person lie, e dey waste police time and resources wey dey suppose use catch real criminals. And the worst part be say e dey make the real world doubt real survivors wey really need help. Once person shout wolf and e be lie, tomorrow when the real gbege sup, people no go really believe am again. So for the person wey dey lie against, na social death be that. Job go lost, family fit scatter, and the mental stress fit make person craze. Even if court later talk say you no do am, that name rapist fit hang for your head for years like bad smell. But make nobody play. For Naija, if you lie give police, law dey wey dey wait for you. Under the criminal code and the penal code, if you give false informate or give false evidence wey oyibo dey call perjury, you fit face jail term, sometimes up to 7 years or more. For Lagos, the criminal law 2011 even talk say if you lie against person for offense wey fit lead to death, you sef fit follow enter soup. So justice no dey blind because e no wan see. E dey blind because e no wan dey bias. We must protect real survivors, but we must also protect the truth. Because when we play with the truth, everybody, including you and me, na loser.
A towering giant has fallen, a chapter closed, but the story of a legend echoes far beyond the final breath. Let's take a look at key life lessons to learn from the life of the late Alhaji Aminu Ntata. Alhaji Aminu Alhassan Ntata, businessman, philanthropist, and elder statesman, passed away in Abu Dhabi on June 28, 2025, at the age of 94. His body was laid to rest in the holy city of Medina. From kola nut trader to empire builder, Ntata's journey began in the dusty streets of Kano. By 17, he was already leading the family business founded in Bichi, a lineage of wealth, wisdom and work ethics passed down by his father, Alhassan Ntata, once West Africa's richest man. The late Aminu Ntata is an uncle to Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote. Alhaji Aminu Alhassan Ntata built industries in agriculture, real estate, manufacturing, and construction, but he never forget the poor. In 2024 alone, he donated 1.5 billion naira to flood victims in Borno. Across Nigeria, his philanthropy became folklore, quiet, vast, and life-saving. President sought his blessings. Scholars like US-based Dr. Yasser Qadi called him a shining star and a legendary icon. Northern governors declared his death a national loss. President Bola Tinubu called it monumental, and indeed it is. Ntata believed wealth meant nothing if it did not uplift others. He lived in Kano's poorest quarters, taught children to build from dust, and showed that dignity isn't won, it is lived. Alhaji Aminu Ntata is gone, but his values, humility, dedication, and devotion endure. He did not just build wealth, but unfading kind of hope. And in a time of uncertainty, that is the rarest wealth of all. May Allah have mercy on his soul and grant him Jannatul Firdaus. Every city has a story, but some cities, against all odds, choose to tell the world stories. In the heart of northern Nigeria, Kaduna is daring to write its own chapter through film. This is Kaduna International Film Festival. Now, in its 8th edition, it has grown from a bold experiment into a global creative gathering. This year, more than 2,000 films from over 50 countries arrived, from Kampala to Kolkata, Paris to Abuja. Uganda unexpectedly led the way with the highest number of submissions, but only a few carefully chosen made it to the big screen. A reminder that at Cardiff, it's not about quantity, it's about quality and purpose.
This year we received over 2,000 entries from over 50 countries, and over 20 films were shortlisted, with Uganda having the highest number of entries.
The theme was bold: film for social change. Stories on religious intolerance, women's health, drug abuse, the girl child's right to education are spotlighted. Human trafficking was also included. Films that don't just entertain, but films that disturb, inspire, and demand action.
We can use film to fight against drug. When we look at girl child education, using film to make an impact in that area, we're also looking at the issues of women trafficking.
Even government agencies, the NCC, NDLEA, NAPTIP, stepped into the frame, signaling a rare partnership between art and policy. The response was massive. Delegates flew in from Uganda, Cameroon, India, France, the United Kingdom. For 5 days in August, Kaduna became a crossroad of cultures and a beacon of possibility. But amid this international acclaim lies a paradox. Local participation from Kaduna itself from the north remains painfully low, barely 1%. Why? Some say cultural barriers, lack of awareness, sometimes the absence of opportunity.
Kaduna Film Festival has gotten the biggest and the largest kind of publicity. It's on Wale Adenuga production, it's on DSTV, it's on different platforms. But I tell you the truth, without missing words, it is being undermined by the people from Kaduna State. Now the question is, how many practitioners came? Few, 1%.
It was very nice. Felt like a little bit like home, having a couple of Lipton's tea. And just to hear the kind of breadth of people that they've got, who they've invited. They've had quite a lot of people from across the region, from East Africa as well, West Africa, and then to go through the programme and see, the different types of films, best film, independent film, and obviously we've got the documentary section as well, so I'm particularly interested in.
Yet change is already visible. This year brought a quiet revolution, the launch of a skill acquisition program, workshops, masterclasses, practical training. Not just watching films, but learning how to make them. Here, creativity meets employability and art becomes opportunity. Government, too, is finding its role, renovating the Kaduna Cultural House, investing in policy, promising support for local productions. But officials are candid. They cannot do it alone. They are calling for public-private partnerships for sponsors and investors to share this dream.
We need private individuals to come in and then join hands together to lift the youth of Kaduna State.
The ripple effect is already felt. Hotels filled to capacity, streets alive with festival traffic. Kaduna for a brief week became a city of lights, voices, and stories. The 8th edition has been called the festival's coming of age. Years of patient work are bearing fruit. Better organization, bigger audience, government partnership, and international respect.
Let me use the illustration of a plant. In the early years of a tree, there's a lot of work underground. The roots stabilizing, drawing nutrients, firming up and just building. And then finally, you begin to see the flowers and the fruits, and you see a bit of sprouting. That's how you know there's a plant. But eventually you begin to see the flowers and then you see the fruits. I think this 8th year is a year of the fruits.
And voices like Francis Duris remind participants that cinema is not only craft, it is culture, economy, and heritage.
Take it or leave it. The world cannot undermine Nollywood. Undermine it at all. Was Netflix here? Amazon. Yes, Netflix, they have come to Nigeria. Why are they here? You have the population, you have the natural resources, the human resources, you have the market. What else are you waiting for?
The journey ahead is long. To cement Kaduna as the creative capital of Northern Nigeria will require more than 5 days each year. It will take persistence, sponsorship, collaboration, and above all, belief. But something is shifting. With every edition, this festival grows stronger, louder, more certain of its voice. And with it, Kaduna, a city once overlooked, is finding its place on the world's creative map. This is not just a film festival. This is the power of story. For the S24 documentary special, I am Halima Abdulrauf.
On the morning of February 13, 1976, Nigeria woke up expecting another day under the leadership of a man many believed was changing the country's direction, not knowing that by midday, that man would be dead. His name was General Murtala Ramat Mohammed, head of state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Bold, blunt, uncompromising. And in just 200 days in power, he made more enemies than most leaders do in decades. This is not just the story of how he died. This is the story of why. Murtala Mohammed was born in Kano in 1938, a soldier shaped by discipline, fire, and speed. In the Nigerian army, he earned a reputation for acting first and explaining later. During the Nigerian Civil War, his aggressiveness on the battlefield made him both feared and admired. Within weeks, Murtala Mohammed retired thousands of civil servants and senior military officers. No long explanations, no committees, just action. Market traders, students, workers, to the masses, he was a hero. To the elite, he was a threat. Corruption to Murtala Mohammed was not a future problem. It was an immediate enemy. Thousands of civil servants, judges, and senior officers were dismissed for corruption, inefficiency, or abuse of office. There were no drawn-out trials, no political bargaining. Public office, he insisted, was not a private inheritance. In 1976, Murtala Mohammed announced a decision that will reshape Nigeria's future: the relocation of the nation's capital from Lagos to Abuja, a neutral city centrally located, designed to belong to no ethnic group, no region, no elite. He would not live to see Abuja built. But Abuja stands today because he imagined it first. Murtala Mohammed believed Nigeria must never appear weak at home or beyond its borders. He rejected foreign interference in African affairs and took bold positions against apartheid and colonial control, supporting liberation movements across southern Africa. Under him, Nigeria spoke loudly. Africa listened and global powers took note. Friday, February 13, 1976, against security advice, General Murtala Mohammed insisted on driving himself to work. No armored car, no heavy escorts. Gunmen emerged, automatic rifles, no warnings. Within seconds, Nigeria's head of state was shot multiple times. He never made it out of the car. The car became a symbol not just of death, but of vulnerability. Bullets tore through metal, glass, and history. Inside that vehicle, a nation's momentum came to a sudden halt. This road looks ordinary today. Cars pass, people walk, life continues. But on this spot, Nigeria changed forever. No monument can fully explain what happened here. No plaque can capture the silence that followed this gunfire. Within hours, the radio announced the unshakable. For the family, there was no state power, only grief. The coup was led by Lieutenant Colonel Bukar Shuka Dimka. His broadcast accused the government of betrayal and injustice, but the coup failed. Within days, Dimka and other conspirators were arrested, tried, and executed. History remembers names, but it forgets family. Behind every executed coup plotter were wives, children, parents condemned to silence, stigma, and unanswered questions. When the smoke cleared, power shifted to General Olusegun Obasanjo. He chose continuity over chaos. He completed Muritala's transition program and handed power to the civilians in 1979. Some watched from exile, some from within the system. All understood one truth. After Muritala, Nigerian leadership would never feel the same. Muritala Muhammad ruled for only 6 months, but his shadow stretches across decades. He imagined a new capital. He confronted corruption head-on. He defended Nigeria's sovereignty without apology. To some, he was reckless. To others, a patriot. To history, a reminder that change moves fast and enemies move faster. He died as he lived, in motion, unprotected, uncompromising. And Nigeria is still debating the cost. When Apple unveiled the iPhone 17, the world saw a new gadget. But in Nigeria, it became a new status symbol. Within hours of the global launch, social media timelines from Lagos to Abuja exploded. Unboxing, skits, giveaways. The question wasn't, what can it do? But, do you already have it? Celebrities flaunted theirs online. Jarvis unboxed hers. Adekunle gifted one to BB Nigeria winner Imisi, and actress Nkechi Blessing, in true internet drama, dunked hers in water to prove it was real. But behind the shine lies a deeper truth. An iPhone 17 in Nigeria costs between 2.5 and 4.6 million. That's more than 35 to 70 times Nigerian monthly minimum wage. Unlike in the US or UK, where people upgrade on credit or trade-ins, Nigerians must pay cash. No financing, no easy swaps. And that's how a new trend was born, the XR to iPhone 17 Pro Max conversion. Tech entrepreneur B-Lord went viral for selling reworked iPhone XRs in iPhone 17 shell, same old internals, new luxury look, at about 450,000 naira. He called it innovation. But critics like Very Dark Man called it deception, claiming the phones cost barely 280,000 to build, accusing sellers of repackaging used phones from China. What followed wasn't just an online field. It was a mirror of how our society looked. Because this isn't just about tech, it is about pressure. People are selling working phones, borrowing money, even buying counterfeit just to keep up appearances. In a country where most citizens earn below 300,000 naira a month, the iPhone 17 has become more than a device. It is a dream, a statement, a currency of relevance. So maybe the real question isn't who owns the iPhone 17, but who owns the narrative. Because in Nigeria today, the iPhone isn't about performance, it is about perception. And for many, that perception is everything.
Authorities at a time when many Nigerians are still worried about their safety. Conversation in the political space are already shifting towards the next election. Meetings are happening, alliances are being formed, and strategies are quietly taking shape. But this raises a serious concern. Should this really be the priority right now? Across the country, citizens still expect stronger action on security. Farmers want to return to their land without fear, and travelers want to move across the state without anxiety. And beyond security, there are also constitutional responsibility under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The government has clear duty to protect the welfare and security of its own citizens. In fact, Section 14 2B of the Constitution states that the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. Yet, the louder conversation seems to be about politics and power. At the same time, Nigerians are also dealing with the rising cost of fuel, which continues to affect transportation, food prices, and the general cost of living. For many households, daily survival is becoming more difficult. So the question becomes unavoidable. Should the government's main attention be on planning the next election or on fulfilling its constitutional duty to ensure the security and welfare of the citizen? Because without security and economic stability, everything else becomes uncertain. The economy, education, daily life, and even the elections themselves. So Nigerians are left asking one simple but powerful questions. Are our leaders focused on the people's welfare as required by the Constitution, or on the politics of the next elections? In the heart of East Africa, where ancient traditions meet modern ambition, a quiet transformation is taking place. From seed to oil, from forest to bottle, Ethiopia's natural wealth is being reborn.
We have customers that already know the product, as well as working customers. They use the tester they are provided, and they test the fragrance and the texture of the oil before they make a decision. As per our experience, people love the product. We run out of stock quickly and restock every time.
In a sunlit laboratory in Addis Ababa, science and heritage blend seamlessly. Each drop tells a story of land, culture, and careful craftsmanship. Demand is rising, from curious walk-ins to loyal buyers. Ethiopia's organic oils are finding their place in a competitive global market.
I'm the founder and CEO of Jaka Origins. So we work on specialty natural products, so cosmetic oils, herbal teas, and food ingredient spices. It's been 7 years since I started the company. We're now a team of about 12 people, including our team in Butajara and Center in Ethiopia. Our goal is to be able to promote the use of indigenous plants. So we love so many of the traditions and the knowledge that's been shared down from generation to generation. And we hope that by doing this work, we're able to preserve the different uses of indigenous products.
For Fiven Tahai, this is more than business. It is a mission to reconnect Ethiopia with its botanical roots. Beyond the city, deep within Ethiopia's forests, the journey begins. Here, communities harvest nature's ingredients carefully, sustainably, and with knowledge passed down through generations.
What makes our approach to the business a bit different is that we are very much rooted in agroforestry-based systems. So we work in forest areas together with communities, so farming communities. We collect the raw materials from them and then we process it, and some of them we make into oils, some of them we make into teas. The training topics are decided based on what is needed, right? So we really look at need, but we also look at what are the things that will help with working around climate change and issues that are around climate change that the communities are facing and will continue to face until it's addressed.
This agroforestry approach protects both livelihoods and landscapes, offering a powerful response to climate change.
The whole business of essential oil, although it's a niche market, highly profitable, it has its challenges as well. Bevan is a pioneer in the business. I mean, where it is well established. Every year it is growing. The consumers are demanding for more reliable products, more organic products. That is why they don't go for these cheap products in the cosmetic market. So they go for organic, and that is where we have the advantage. We are completely organic, right? We don't use chemicals, nothing.
As global demand for clean beauty grows, Ethiopia stands at the edge of opportunity. Every stage is deliberate, from hand-sorting botanicals to precise extraction. Quality remains uncompromised.
In terms of our own ambitions, I think a lot of it is going to be around how do we build more African indigenous products. So I think we're looking at potentially exploring how do we work across different countries. We want to have a wider range of products from across the continent.
What began as a small venture is now part of a larger vision, an African-led movement to redefine natural beauty. From forest floors to city shelves, Ethiopia's green gold is more than a product. It is a bridge between past and future, tradition and innovation, local roots and global reach. And as the world looks towards nature for answers, Ethiopia is ready.
Hello and welcome to Creative Pulse on S24 television, where we celebrate the thinkers, dreamers and doers in the creative industry and its future. Today, our spotlight is on a young creative whose journey proves that art and activism can coexist beautifully. We're having Ali Mamalawan, whose pen name is Ali Lawan, here in the studio today. And let me say, we're diving into what took Ali Lawan to the creative world and what was his inspiration. Ali, thank you for coming and welcome to Creative Pulse. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you for having me.
I am very sure viewers will love to know who Ali Lawan is and what he does.
My name is Ali Mamalon. I am a writer, an advocate, and sometimes spoken word artist. I studied accounting at Scala University, Nigeria, and I'm into I'm into leadership. I'm a 2024 LMI fellow and a global shaper. So that's pretty much.
Okay, he studied accounting. He's a spoken word artist, a writer, an activist, and a youth leader. If you listen, he mentioned he was a fellow of the Legislative Mentorship Initiative. If I could recall, you served as a clerk in your parliament.
That's correct.
That's 2024?
2024,
exactly.
Yes.
Thank you for coming. Let's go deep into what you do and your journey. You launched your debut novel the day you were graduating.
Yes.
It's both symbolic and let me say, inspiring. But would love to know what made you have that thought that, okay, I'm graduating today, let me release this book today. And if I am sure, the name of the book is Tears on a Red Rose. Exactly. So what was your inspiration? What made you think this is the right time for me to release that book? What was going on in your mind on that day, and how did the moment shape your creative journey?
Okay, so firstly, the inspiration of the book was a trip. We had come to Abuja with my family, and it was New Year, and it was the first time, a boy from Yusufari and then living in Kano coming to Abuja for New Year, and there was fireworks. So we were all staying up late, to watch the fireworks, and I I remember I was writing in an exercise book then. It wasn't even a laptop. I wanted to write a book about family, and it somehow ended up being about two sisters who just went on a roller coaster journey to find each other. And I can say that the timing for the book itself, the plan for publishing the book, it was supposed to come earlier than
Your
the
graduation.
graduation, because I wrote the book in JSS3, so it took 3 years between finishing the book and actually publishing the book. I remember the plan for having it launched on my graduation was actually suggested by one of my teachers, Mr. Shaw, my literature teacher. I showed him the book. He was so excited, and he was like, "We have to launch the book here in the school on the graduation
We
day."
cannot allow that cool talent to leave the school premises. And if I can say, you've told us the inspiration behind Tears on a Red Rose. How do you see storytelling as a tool for social or political change, as a young activist or a young leader?
I think storytelling is present in almost everything we do in the political space, climate change. We just have different forms, and people struggle to understand certain forms of it. But when you come down to art and literature and that kind of storytelling, it's something that a lot of people can connect with. It's kind of like social media, there are billions of people on social media because, everyone knows how to operate a phone and handles notifications and etc. So when a lot of people connect with something, it automatically becomes a platform that can be used to shape their lives and push policies and effect positive change. So I see storytelling playing a very big role in that aspect.
You move between literature, spoken word, and activism seamlessly. Like sometimes if I see you doing something, I'll be like, oh, Ali is doing well. But how do you balance creativity with advocacy?
So creativity has always been a part. It has been there since I was young, and I do understand the sometimes you get. I think the term for it is there's really no balance. Balance is a myth. So sometimes it all depends on the time. Sometimes you're in the creative space, sometimes you're high on muse and you're writing, sometimes advocacy calls you and you are at a boy child conference or you're at a global shaper meeting. So I think you just have to sometimes go with the flow, but try to always carry along the identities that shape you and the identities that you want to present to the society and the identities that matter to your goals.
Let's go to your journey through leadership, please. You are a co-lead at Pace Nigeria. And sometimes, you know how leadership is. There is policy, there's policy engagement, there is leadership approach, and there is you as a creative. What is one thing that influence your background in this three cycle? The leadership focus, the policy engagement, and your creative life.
So I think one thing that connects all these three is just the desire to help or make an impact, and that's present in all three. With creativity, you can do that with telling stories, with policies, with advocacy. It's all about the people. It's all about making a positive impact, and I think that's what we are trying to do in Pace Nigeria as well, especially with young people. So they are coming up and they also want to give back to their societies and create a positive impact. We are in a pivotal point in Nigeria where we really need people to give back instead of just taking. We had independence recently, and I saw quotes like, okay, what has your country done for you? The lead of Pace, Yahya, my very good friend, he posted, okay, not what your country has done for you.
What have you contributed? I saw that also.
Exactly. Yeah. What have you contributed to your country? So I think that's what connects all these three. It's a contribution.
In every career, there is challenges. And the challenge in creative industry, I think, is something that shows on people's face. What was your challenge and how do you navigate through it?
So one of the challenges is that, okay, people say, okay, who will read your books? People don't read, they don't take literature seriously. But I really did not put much focus on that. I think one of the main things is you have to trust in your craft. Of course, one of the major challenges you face starting off is finding an environment. So I started off the journey very lonely. I started off alone and very young. There were not many creatives around me. I was just, dabbling. But now we have a lot of platforms. Then they were very minimal. But now we have a lot of platforms. You see people, Capfest, Hibaf, FLP. The creative space is kind of booming now. Yeah. So yeah, that challenge is kind of being addressed in a way. And I think one of the challenges I also faced is where to go in terms of poetry and prose. So a lot of people know me as a poet, but actually I started prose first. I started prose very, very young. But now, because poetry has this spotlight and it's fast, you can write a poem in a minute, you can perform it in a few minutes, you're trending. But it takes you almost 6 years to write a book or a novel.
I know someone might be asking, what's the difference between what's the difference between poetry and a prose? I don't think. Do you mind highlighting?
Sure. So when we say prose writing, we're essentially talking about books, novels, a story that is with characterization, with settings and everything. Poetry is a sort of compressed form of language that has brevity and has stanzas. So it can appear on a page, it can be a few lines, but it's deep, it's the kind of language that really touches you. But prose, we're talking pages of stories. So I think one of the challenges is carrying along these two and identifying myself with them.
Let me put it in a way, identity crisis. Where do you want to be identified? Are you a prose writer or you're a poetry writer?
Exactly.
And I think here I want to ask you, as the creative industry is evolving, there are people you definitely have been looking up to right from childhood to date. I want you to mention 3 that you think, okay, these are the most influential people I think have shaped my path as a writer and a change maker.
Okay, so in the creative industry, It's very hard to name three when a lot of people have shaped you. But I would say Dr. Maria Sid would be one of the first on my list. She's the founder of FLP, and FLP happens to be one of the first platforms that I joined, and that's where I got to groom my poetry as well. She's someone I really look up to because she somehow balances between her medical career and her poetry, and she writes
Wow.
very, very beautifully. And I would say, you know, I'm tempted to mention my friends. I don't want to. No friends.
No friends.
No friends. Okay. The creative industry. There's Kalb Salim. I admire Kalb Salim.
No, Kab Salim, I don't know why. He loves poems. Is he love poems, I will say. And like, I think, let me keep quiet before Kab sue me.
Yeah, Kalb has his. I have to mention that his spoken word, "Yours sincerely," was my inspiration to getting into spoken word.
Wow.
And I told him, and he was like, "Wow, I didn't know." But he's someone even beyond the creative space. He's a very influential figure, and I really look up to him. And then it's very hard to mention just three. I'm just thinking about so many other people. But yeah, I would go with Antina Siba as the third person. She's the curator of the last Cap Fest 2.0, the Kano International Poetry Festival. And Antina Siba has been doing so much for the poetry space. And she also sells books. She's a medical lab official at AKTH.
Is it a must for these creative people to be from a medical background or what? And I think one thing I would love to say is I was expecting you to mention one person, which everyone around you know who that person is. But since you did not mention, I will not be the one to say it. And you know who I am talking about exactly.
I can have a guess. She's
Yes, she is a she, so I don't want to mention her name.
You have to give me more slots.
No, I don't want to give you more slots. Okay, we are part of the northern Nigeria, and we know what it means to stand out in the north in every aspect of the creative industry. How do you think the north is evolving creatively? You mentioned some earlier, but I would love you to take it in depth, like what is the north doing differently to the creative industry?
I think the North is bringing a lot of culture and a strength and creativity to the industry. We have a certain kind of flair in the North. I think we've seen that even from the cultural carnivals at ABU, and there's just something very, very powerful about telling our own stories, especially when they have not been in the limelight before. So we are at a point in our literature where, okay, we need stories from the North. We need to tell our own stories. And, when we talk about literature in Nigeria, the North has been kind of lagging. But the North is so rich. There is so much to tap into and so many stories to tell. Even with the recent book by Nana Sule, Not So Terrible People, how she really dabbled into the magical realism, Aljanu, and so many. There's no shortage of stories to tell in the North. So I think we are beginning to realize that, and we are having so many people coming into the space with those fresh eyes and fresh muses and fresh ideas, and just that northern flair to add to it. So we're looking forward to goals.
Recently, I don't know if you've seen it, you mentioning about saying the story of northern Nigeria differently. To be one of the social media influencers from Lagos, he came to the north, explored the north, and tell stories that we ourselves overlooked. And I think I can clearly understand with you when you say there is like a north flair, and there are so many things we can tap into and stories we can tell. You have performed on stages.
Yes.
Fest, and the ones I don't even know about. Whenever you are on stage, there is something about audience that I notice. Like they pay attention. Is it that you're passing a message to them, or I don't know, is there a sort of message in your poetry that you feel you are leaving young people with?
Yeah, so whenever I'm on stage, one of my most mainest goals is to really connect with the audience. I feel like there's no point stepping onto the stage and stepping off without people perceiving what you're trying to say or taking away something, even if it's just a feeling, even if it's not a natural concrete message, even if it's just a feeling, they have taken away something. So you have to give your audience something. And especially with poetry, where people usually say, okay, big words, complexity, poetry should be complex and why. But when it comes to the stage, it's really up to you, the artist, to break down and communicate with your audience. So I always want to create a poem, a piece. Whenever I'm crafting a piece, it's always about one question. Can the audience relate with this? If my answer is yes, then I think I'm good to go.
That's very powerful. So you're using it to capture us, and I think here we've got you. There is something my boss do. She call it rapid fire.
Okay.
She will ask you to choose between so many things. So here in the creative space, I'll ask you to choose. Writing. Oh, sorry, not writing. I know you will choose writing definitely. Music or movies?
Movies.
Wow. Okay. Fiction or non-fiction?
Fiction.
And I think let's go to the last part of that rapid fire. If you had to choose between Nana Sule and Adhan Islam, who will you choose?
This one is so tough.
Yes.
So tough.
You have to choose one person. I don't want consideration, like just one person.
And I have to.
Yes, you have to choose Nana Sule or Adhan Islam.
Yeah, they're my favorite. Both of them.
No.
I'll go with Adhan.
Definitely, I know that's who you're going to be choosing. And I think it takes me to my last question. Between your civic roles, writing, and performance, how do you stay grounded and consistent in your creative process?
So the creative process is it's a whirlwind. It's a whirlwind because you can go a week writing poems every day, and then you can go a month with no muse. But I think one of the most important things to remember is your identity is always there, and the world is ready to hear you wherever you need to speak. So I think that remembering all these things keeps you grounded. And especially when you have, I think for creatives, it's important to be intentional. Being intentional, treating literature like any other project. I think that's what I learned. I cross over from my civic roles advocacy into the creative space, because the civic roles, they need planning. We are still in the planning stages of pace. So they need intentionality and they need planning. So if you can bring some of that intentionality and planning into your creative process, sometimes you have to force things. You can start a poem and 5 lines, you don't feel like you want to write it anymore. But sometimes you have to push. And with books as well, prose is very, very hard to keep up with. But if you can bring some of that intentionality and planning, I think it will help you be grounded.
What's next for Alila One?
Global Shapers.
I don't understand Global Shapers. Like, is there any project we should be expecting, a book or an initiative that you think is coming?
So I said Global Shapers because that's the next step in the civic aspect.
Okay.
I recently got accepted into the Abuja Hub, and we are looking forward to so many more projects. But if you're asking about literature, then you should be expecting more poetry, more prose. I'm not going to let up on either of them.
How do you handle creative block?
Creative block. So I handle them very differently for the two genres, for poetry and for prose. For poetry, I really don't have a concrete way. I actually wait for the muse. I actually really need to connect with my emotions and my environment in order to write. So when that doesn't happen, I just try to, remove that. Instead of focusing on the poetry itself, you have to remove the surrounding, the mental blocks,
Yeah.
Maybe go for a walk, maybe meet up a friend, just kind of free yourself. The words are actually inside you. There's just something perhaps that's stopping them from coming out. for prose, I don't really pay much attention to the mental sides of things, because I treat it like any other project. You know, I just have to hit this word count, 200 words. But sometimes it doesn't work as well, and you have to treat it like poetry. You have to clear your head. So it's all about reconnecting with yourself. It's all about freeing your mind and maybe having some tea or yahuza or suya or something.
Okay, thank God you're the one that says, not me. And I think at this point, I will say thank you very much for coming to S24 TV, and we look forward to having you to discuss more of the creative industry. At this point, I want to say thank you everyone for watching. This is Creative Pulse on S24 Television. My name is Samira Usman Aden, and I will be your host for this amazing show all the time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Costa, founder of the Conflict Memory Education Centre, an independent museum based in Leicester, UK. My vision was to have 10 documentary archives that focus on recent wars and periods of political violence. The aim is educational, offering material that helps people understand the lived experience of those affected by conflict and how those experiences relate to wider historical and political developments. The Conflict Memory Education Centre is an independent registered museum and is designed to support formal and informal education. The material will be made available for use in workshops, academic courses and exhibitions. The use of documentary media, film, photography, audio recordings and new media will help to open up conversations about complex histories and their ongoing relevance. In this short explainer video, I'd like to share with you the archive on Afghanistan called Kissa. Yeah? The Kissa archive, meaning story in Pashto and Dari, will focus on Afghanistan's experience of conflict from the Soviet invasion in December 1979 through to the post-2001 NATO presence and the return of Taliban control in August 2021. The archive will draw on local stories, including testimonies from journalists, teachers and families affected by successive changes in power. It will include photographs, audio recordings and short films focused on life during conflict and the role of cultural memory. The ongoing exclusion of women from day-to-day society by the Taliban is something that needs more attention in the international media. And this archive will strive to get this issue raised through demonstrating how women contributed and developed a society for 20 years focused on a new Afghanistan, a society that gave women access to education and so much more. By developing these archives, the Conflict Memory Education Centre contributes to the documentation of conflict from a community perspective. The project remains open to further contributions and partnerships. I've created 4 archives already, focused on Ukraine, Iraq, Chechnya and Nigeria. And there are 5 more archives in the pipeline being launched before the end of 2025. They include Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Cambodia, Rwanda, and finally Latin America. We remain open to contributions, so please get in touch. Thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Spotlight on Right here on S24 Television. Today we shine the spotlight on a doctor whose work extends far beyond consulting room. She has treated patients, spoken to communities, educated millions through media, and challenged Nigerians to rethink what it means to stay healthy. But in a country where hospitals are overcrowded, preventable diseases continue to kill, fake cures spread faster than medical facts, and many people trust social media more than their doctors. One question remains: is Nigeria facing a healthcare crisis or simply a crisis of leadership? She is a medical doctor, a public health advocate, a health communicator, and one of the emerging voices shaping conversations around healthcare in Nigeria today. Can information save more lives than medicine? Why do Nigerians still die from diseases that are easily preventable? Has social media become medicine's greatest ally or its biggest enemy? And when healthcare fails, who should Nigerians blame? Today, we have on board Dr. Mariam Ahmed Al-Mustafa. Hello, Dr. Mariam.
Hi, thank
Good
you for
to
having
have
me.
you in the studio today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So before going into the conversation, the heated conversation, of course, let's know you first. Before people knew you as a medical doctor, who was Mariam Al-Mustafa?
Well, my name is Dr. Mariam Ahmed Al-Mustafa.
Yeah.
I was born and raised in Bauchi. I attended my medical university and received my medical education in Bahrain. When I came back, I had an interest in internal medicine, and I ventured into that, which I'm doing now with a special interest in nephrology. But apart from that, I also ventured into public health awareness, social advocacy on health, because of the poor seeking behavior in Nigerians. So I've put a lot of work into the social media space, to clear common misconceptions on health, as well as encourage health seeking behavior.
But do you always know that medicine was your calling, or did life just choose it for you? Here, become a medical doctor.
Funny enough, I've always wanted to be a doctor, but I think there was one time in my life where I struggled to choose either between medicine and law, because my father is a lawyer. So I was thinking, but then as I grew up, I matured more. I just realized that medicine is truly the call for me, because I'm naturally a curious person. I love learning about the human body, how things work, and I love physics, chemistry.
Do you have any regrets so far?
No. Well, no.
Are you sure about that? Because we're about to get into the conversation that will define if you have regrets or
I will
not.
say no, I don't have any regrets.
Okay, so growing up, what shaped your curiosity about health?
Well, I just was naturally a curious person. Even when I was growing up, my parents used to tell me that I used to ask a lot of questions. So when I started growing up, I went to school. I found that I was enjoying biology, chemistry, physics, just anything to do with like physiology of the human body and how it worked. I just found it fascinating to understand your own body. So that was what piqued my interest at the beginning.
We know medical doctors to talk about their schooling to be very, very difficult. Medical school, it tends to look like it's break people. So what part of this process almost, pulled you out?
Okay, so medical school is not easy, but at the same time, the level of difficulty depends on where you go to school, let's say, like where you go to school. So I was privileged enough to study abroad. So the kind of environment that I was in, there was a lot of focus on studying and less toxicity. So when people talk about difficulty in medical school, they usually talk about several factors. The first, obviously, being the academic workload. The second being the attitude of your teachers and your professors sometimes. They don't make it a friendly environment where you can, open up, talk, ask questions, feel free. That puts a lot of pressure into people. And then number 3 is the sacrifices that people make. For example, they miss weddings, outings. You almost give up your young adulthood for the sake of medicine. So I think when it comes to that, I would say medical school is difficult, but it really depends on where you are.
When you're talking about it depends on where you are, is that contracts like private to government school, or maybe schools in Nigeria, schools abroad?
I wouldn't say it has to be either maybe private or public or abroad or not abroad. I just feel like it depends on the people that are teaching you. You can be fortunate enough, like me, to be surrounded by people that inspire you, that encourage you, that don't put a lot of pressure for you, that are always there for you and are always willing to help you grow, rather than in an environment where you are forced to maybe just do things that even they themselves cannot do. Do you understand? A lot of expectations, almost people thinking or expecting you to be almost subhuman or something. Yeah, exactly. Not even perfect. Just they push you beyond your limit in many ways, academically, emotionally, do you understand, psychologically. So I think when people grow or go to schools where they have a lot of support, and no matter how difficult it is, at least if you can open up to your teacher, if you can talk, the environment is friendly, I think that relieves a lot of stress.
Yes. So what experience transformed you from a medical doctor to a physician?
Well, in Nigeria specifically?
Whichever one.
Okay. So, I mean, I have to think about this one. Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
So how did you, when did you realize you want to become a physician? Okay. Yeah.
So I used to always say that internal medicine chose me.
Okay.
Yes, when I was in school, I was always very good academically in the internal medicine line. There was a time when I came back to Nigeria, I struggled between O&G, which is obstetrics and gynecology, and then internal medicine. But then I found that I couldn't really keep up with the workload in O&G. It's very demanding. It's a very demanding specialty. Okay. Yes, I was on call almost every 3 days. Like you only rest for 2 days. And then I found that surgical specialties aren't really for me. I used to faint a lot during surgery. Wow. Yeah, the postural hypertension. So it's just the vagal atmosphere. You see blood everywhere. You get like increased vagal tone, and then you're standing for a long period. And I have borderline almost low blood pressure. So surgery just definitely wasn't for me. I couldn't go into pediatrics, definitely not. So medicine just kind of aligned with me and my personality, and that's why I went with it.
Well, that's interesting. So let's move away from trying to know who you are to the actual conversation of today. If Nigerian healthcare system is actually failing, Nigerians are losing doctors every day to migration. Should Nigerians be worried about this?
Absolutely. And the sad part is Nigerians are not only losing doctors to immigration, they're also losing doctors because doctors are dying. So when it comes to losing doctors, obviously the biggest factor is the Japa syndrome, the immigration, and that has various reasons to it, which we can go in. I think the statistics before, I think the recommended, I need to check that actually, so I'll just skip that. Can you just ask me the question again?
I want to know if Nigerians should be worried with the fact that Nigerian doctors are leaving the country.
Yes, they should absolutely be worried because there is a recommended statistics for what one doctor should be to how many patients. So one doctor to how many patients, okay?
So what's the number?
That's what I'm saying. I didn't know you would ask me that question. So no do we need to ask me again so that
you can just move on.
No problem. Okay, so there is a recommended doctor to patient ratio, and the last time I checked, we have fallen way beyond that. Okay, so doctors are overworked, the ones that are even here, and the issue is when doctors leave for various reasons. It can be financial issues, system failure, all that. The ones that are left, okay, the workload remains the same. In fact, I would say the workload increases because our population is increasing. So doctors are leaving. Doctors are not being replaced. The ones that are left are now having to carry the load or fill the gaps of the doctors that are left. They now end up being discouraged and also looking to see greener pastures. So it's like a vicious cycle. So when doctors are leaving, incentives should be made to encourage the ones that have stayed or have chosen to stay, or the ones that are even thinking of leaving but are conflicted. But none of that is being done. And in fact, they're almost being punished for it. Do you understand? So I feel like Nigerians should absolutely be worried because in the next few years, if nothing is done, the Japa syndrome is going to be worse than we think it is now.
With the Japa syndrome, one would think that Nigerians should be proud that their medical doctors are required outside the country. But the question now is, do you think this Japa syndrome is actually destroying the health system in Nigeria? Okay,
so that can be yes and a no. So some people argue that people that are jabbering are the smart doctors, they are leaving only the dumb ones. But I wouldn't say that's correct because they're very talented doctors that are around and they're just choosing to stay because of, their obligation to their country, obligation to their family, and just conscience, because they used to say, like, if all the doctors leave, who will take care of our relatives? Yeah. So we have a lot of talented, bright doctors that are around. But again, system failure doesn't allow them to flourish. So I think this issue of Japan is something that I just don't feel like it's being taken seriously enough.
Or do you think this issue of Japa is actually exposing an existing problem that has been there for a long time?
Yes, the problem of healthcare in Nigeria is not a secret. It has been there since before I went to medical school. And the same problems that are still there before I went to medical school are the same problems that we are dealing with now and worse. Do you understand? So it's just exposing. I would say yes, it's exposing. Because people didn't used to pay attention to it until the doctors started leaving. And we have a lot of deficiency right now. Can you believe in the entirety of Abuja, in my field, at least in internal medicine, we're suffering from lack of certain specialties like rheumatology. So we'll have patients that actually need care like that, but they aren't much. So it's heartbreaking to see. Not only is it heartbreaking on the patient's side, it's also heartbreaking on our side. Do you understand?
So you're talking about having some certain illness in the hospital that there are no health workers, to cater for them.
Yes.
And this is making, because patients are now of this realization, they are thinking that hospital is not a place to fear and not where you go to with so much confidence that you're going to be treated.
I would
How
beg
true
to
is
differ.
that?
So I would beg to differ for the pure fact that a hospital is still a hospital, and for a reason. A hospital is a hospital because they have professionals there that know what they're doing. I'll give you an example. I've had, I wanted to do a video about this and talk to patients, because going to the hospital now is almost inconvenient in a way, because when you go, there's a long queue, there's crowd. Before you do this, they'll say, do this, buy this, do. So it's like, it's almost stresses patients, but at the end of the day, you're still in the right hands. Some people try to bypass that. And, they go to the chemist, pharmacy, or whatever. And for my field in nephrology specifically, we've had multiple incidences where patients are coming in with acute kidney injury because they simply fell into the wrong hands and received medications that they could have received a better alternative.
That is the fear from patients, that maybe, cases become even more difficult than what they've taken to the hospital.
That might be correct. That might be true, but they are still safer in the hands of doctors and hospitals. So if mistakes will happen, okay? Regardless of if you have the best medical team in the world, mistakes happen. However, in medicine, there are so many systems in place. There's something called the Swiss cheese model. So you have so many systems in place to prevent medical errors, okay? But sometimes a medical error might happen. So my point is, even if something will happen, you have a significantly less chance of it happening in the hospital under the hands of qualified doctors than in the hands of so-called people that will heal you or cure your diabetes, or so patients need to know that it's a risk, but the benefit outweighs the risk.
Do you think patients are also encouraging this? Because medical doctors feel like patients, apart from the system that has failed them, even patients are not encouraging the situation.
Well, sometimes we do feel like we can use more support from our patients, because for example, when we come out to say, look, we have a problem in here, this, so, and so, we need this and this and this, and we start almost arguing with the government or something. It's almost like just mute on the public side. So at least if people can show support, when doctors are trying to fight for these things, if they can come up and also back the doctors, I think that will put more pressure on the people that are supposed to do something about it.
So if you become the health minister today, what are those things you're going to work on first? Wait, do not answer that. So we'll be going for a break. And when we come back, the conversation continues. Let's go for a quick break. And when we return, we'll be hearing from the horse's mouth what they think the actual solutions should be. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this has been Spotlight On, and I'm here with a medical doctor to talk to us about the troubles and what the possible solutions could be. I've asked the question before, if you become the health minister today, what are those first three things you would, put your hand into first?
Okay, first three things, right?
Yeah.
The first thing I would do is try to advocate for more budget to be allocated to the healthcare system. We need basic equipments in our hospitals. Even the infrastructure of the hospitals need work. Like, I've seen heartbreaking videos of tertiary hospitals or specialist hospitals where it's raining and roofs are leaking and patients are pushed to the side.
Wow.
Somebody that's sick, do they spend their energy on healing, or do they spend the energy of trying to move away from water, stay dry? That's very sad. So health infrastructure, health equipment, because in the entirety of Abuja, I don't even know how many government hospitals have MRI. In my hospital, we don't have an MRI, we have a CT scan. So, the basic lab tests that you can't do in said government hospitals, you
Yeah.
have to send patients to private labs, and it's expensive. So I feel like, number one, I would like to advocate for more budget to be allocated to the healthcare system, healthcare sector, so that we can.
That's for the infrastructure. I'm
Infrastructure,
jotting that
medical
down.
equipment, yes.
Are you sure the rest of your medical doctors are in support of this? Because when I said first three things, the first thing you mentioned is infrastructure.
I'm coming to that. I know you want to say welfare.
All right,
so
let's
that's
go.
my second point. So there is this big misconception about doctors that all we care about is money. Oh, pay us. We want more money. And people say, but you're doing a lot better than so many Nigerians.
But in our defense, you're always asking for money.
We are. And there is a reason why, which I will explain. But let me take care of this. So this misconception, to be honest, if you put a doctor down and ask him, should I increase your salary to so, or should I make the system work?
Yeah.
He will go for the system to work first before he talks about salary. Because no matter how much you pay us, if the system is not working, I'm almost wasting my degree. Do you understand?
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'm saving lives. Just, it's so sad for somebody to die because there is something
you would have done easily.
Do you understand? Something,
Yes.
if the system worked, I can assure you that doctors will be complaining a whole lot less. Because at the end of the day, even if they're underpaid, at least they saved life. They would go home with that gratification though, I saved a life today. But imagine if you're poorly paid and then you try your best, you put in hours of work and patients die anyway. What? Because of system failure. So that will make you angry and you'll be like, okay, at least what am I getting from this?
Yeah.
If the system won't work, at least pay me what I'm due. And that brings me to the second point where doctors are always asking for money. Let me just paint a picture for you, okay?
All right.
You will go to medical school. Medical school is not cheap, depending on where you go. Okay, I know it's cheaper in Nigeria. After medical school, if you graduated outside, you have to write the MDCN exam. And I don't know if you've seen the news, but they recently just increased the fees.
Yeah.
Skyrocketed. Yeah, that's number 2. Number 3, after that, there's something called primaries. Okay, you write your primaries exam, you pay for it. All of this, you're not being paid. It's maybe after a house job, maybe you gather money. Then maybe you pay for primaries, After that, you do your NYC. Then after the NYC, you do your residency. During residency, you're expected to attend update courses, which cost money. Okay, and this is even local update courses. Then you write exams. There's part 1 exam, and it depends on the college. Is it national or West Africa? National is cheaper. I think West Africa, you have to pay over $500. After you pass part 1, depending on the college, you now pay an induction fee of over 1 million naira. After that, you now do your thesis. That's even if you are sticking with one college. Because if you're doing both colleges, you have to pay building levy, all those membership fees, all that for both colleges. After that, you have to write your book, which is your research. Okay?
Yeah.
And nobody will give you money for it. And you have to do it to write your part 2. After your book, you spend your money on it, which are millions of naira, by the way. Just depending, the budget can be as low as 2 million to as high as whatever, depending on what your research is. Then part 2 comes. You also pay money to write part 2. After you pass part 2, you now pay money again to be inducted. All this that I'm telling you is exclusive of if you want to compete on the global scale.
Yeah.
And that is why I always say that people are really being unfair to Nigerian doctors. If you check other doctors, they attend international conferences. If they do researches, they go, they present, they interact, they build network, they attend courses. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Like study materials, books. We can't even afford books. Do you understand? It's like if you're blessed, or maybe your parents are, alhamdulillah, or your husband is, for us women at least, I can't even imagine what the men are going through. So you can't even pay for question banks. Do you understand? So you're left with like scraps of what people are willing to share. And then,
not to talk of your basic needs.
And then journals. You don't have, unless if you have somebody that is subscribed to journals that will be sending you updates. So how are Nigerian doctors supposed to compete on the global scale when the common thing that they need, update courses, international conferences, online reading materials, journals, they can't pay for it.
So the funding coming from the government does not even match with the reality.
You're paid a salary, okay? You're paid a salary, and then maybe one small allowance like that to buy a white coat. Medical equipments for you, because sometimes you have white coats, you have scrubs, stethoscopes are not cheap, and then when you buy somebody's stills, you have to buy again because there's no excuse. And then sometimes you're doing rounds, there's no pulse oximeter, there's no this. So a lot of doctors just buy their own. And do you understand?
So
and use it.
So you think we are not spending enough on healthcare, or are we spending but spending very poorly?
Let me just send that question back to you. Compare the budget towards healthcare in Nigeria and then compare the budgets that other countries channel towards their healthcare.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
It doesn't match.
It's very expensive, and I reiterate, it is very expensive to be a doctor. And this is everything that I mentioned. This is from my perspective as a female who is being taken care of almost. Imagine a man who has to, doctors cannot afford to, I know a doctor, like I've heard of a doctor that sold his car to be riding bike to work because he can't afford to be fueling the car, maintaining the car. He has to pay rent. Doctors can no longer afford to buy houses. That's the thing. They can't afford to buy houses. Rents, they can't, in Abuja, they can't stay within Abuja.
I hope my colleague that is always comparing people to teachers can hear, can listen and understand what you guys are going through.
The teachers are going through a lot as well. I don't want to undermine anybody's struggle. You know, I think the three biggest issues, the sectors that really need to work in Nigeria, you know, the education, security and health. So the teachers, law enforcers, and then the doctors.
In order not for us to be biased, let's move from the medical doctors to the patients.
Okay.
Do you think healthcare has become a privilege for them instead of a right? Because when you check our rights, we have right to, you know. So do you think it has now become a privilege in Nigeria and no longer a right?
Exactly, for the pure fact that most patients cannot afford healthcare. So for a patient to walk into the hospital sick and walk out of the hospital fine and good is now a privilege, because a lot, especially for a very, very sick patient. I'll just use my own specialty to give you an example. Let's say you have somebody that comes in with an AKI, okay? Or let's even use a chronic kidney disease patient who unfortunately has advanced to the end stage of kidney disease, and so maybe the last stage, and probably needs renal replacement therapy, which can be either in the form of dialysis or transplant. So let's take the dialysis route, because that's most of our patients are on maintenance dialysis. For you to have dialysis, at least the average cost around per session is like 45,000. So you may need it 3 times a week for the rest of your life. How many patients can afford that? So just think, God has, you're living right now with your 2 kidneys. You don't even know. Some people don't even know they have 2 kidneys because they have not failed. Do you understand? That's how privileged we are as healthy humans. We don't know what the kidneys are doing for us. But then somebody whose kidneys have failed, that is when he knows what God has done for him, because now those 2 kidneys that he was living on for free, some people even are abusing, taking things that could harm the kidneys. Let's not go into that. Now he just realizes that, oh my God, now I actually need to take over, okay? The kidneys cannot do the work for me, so I need this machine, the help of this machine. But this machine now costs 45,000 naira. And I need it every alternate day, 3 times a week, every month, every year, for the rest of my life. Or if I have a lot of money, I can do transplants. That's people that are financially okay. So how many patients can afford that in Nigeria? So I believe that there are some basic health necessities that should be a right. As a Nigerian, you should have a right to this, even if you can't afford it. But unfortunately, we don't have health schemes like that.
So since you're now our health minister, do you think politicians should be banned from leaving the country,
100%.
outside the country 100%. To get treatment?
Because the only way for the system to work is if they make it work. And the only way they will ensure that they make it work is if they are in the system and they see what is actually happening. So I really do believe that. I just feel like you should be patriotic as an official, as a politician. You know, we're voting for you. You love Nigeria. That's what you've told us, and we voted for you because of that. So show us that you love Nigeria. Attend our hospitals. Let our doctors see you. Do you understand? Don't be flying back and forth for a simple throat infection or something. That sends I just feel like that sends a bad message. And even for good publicity, I feel like if these politicians would start attending Nigerian hospitals, see Nigerian doctors, they would give more confidence for patients to come and see. So I think it sends the wrong message when small thing you're flying out, that sends the wrong message, because it's like you don't have
Don't you
confidence
think
in-
that is because they lack confidence in the system they are living behind?
But they created the system. The system is like that because of them.
Yes. Let's talk about misinformation in the healthcare. You do a thing on social media where you try to, simplify some health issues and all of that. I saw a video of you on TikTok where you were saying that women should not carry heavy load and all of that. Some men will come and say that it's just laziness. You know how culture and all of that can, give us. But why is misinformation in healthcare still winning?
Because everybody can take a mic, or everybody can. Okay, let me just say this. People love a quick fix. I'll just use classic hypertension and diabetes as an example.
Yeah.
If you come to the doctor will tell you have to take drug for the rest of your life, or we cannot cure this one. Or you now go on to in the market. Somebody in his car will speak out, be telling you, I sell drugs to cure, and these doctors, they don't know what they're doing. Sharp cure. Okay, and because we're humans, okay, obviously we will lean more towards the side of misinformation if it sounds more appealing or more encouraging, or the outlook looks better than what the doctor is telling you. So I feel like it's very easy to have misinformation. Anybody can just come and there's a lot of let's say people are not very educated, especially in the north, like north when you go there. So not everybody knows common health issues. I was just saying the other day, like for example, if somebody has seizure convulsions, some people will put the foot in fire, some people put in their spoon in their mouth. So dangerous things. I was hearing the other day from one of somebody I met that he used to hear as a child that if somebody was having Apollo, you put urine in the Do you understand? So and I don't know why Nigerians were so, we like this how do I call it, this, we like the idea of fantasy. Put onion in something, you get cured. It just sounds believable to us rather than just believing the science.
Who do you think is doing more damage today? Is it the influencer? Because we now have unqualified influencers on social media. Everybody's trying to give you medical advice. Or the fake doctors? Or the politicians that come to do fake healthcare promises?
I will always blame the politician, because you have a responsibility to your people, to yourself, and to the system that put you where you are. So I feel like, not that the rest are not to blame, but the leader has to take the first step, and then the rest follow. That's why you're a leader. When you do something, people tend to follow.
Yeah.
So I think when our leaders start to actually, oh wow, we need to take this thing seriously, and we actually see them taking things seriously, there will be more eye on fake doctors. I don't even know how many fake hospitals there are. How many people working around? Do you understand? So when the system works, okay, our health system is taken seriously, nobody will even have the courage to come and be parading as a fake doctor.
There's this thing about, when you talk about influencers, you must add celebrities. There's this thing about celebrities coming to, give medical information. Do you think this should be legally regulated?
Yes. As long as you don't have a doctor in your name, I don't think you should come and give a medical advice. You can say what worked for you. For example, hey, this is my experience. I was diagnosed with so. This was what the doctors did for me. These were the investigations I had. These were the treatments I had. This were the surgery I had. And frankly, this was what worked for me. Because you're narrating your story. Everybody has a voice and they deserve to tell their story. But you cannot come and tell people what to do.
Especially this pandemic of trying to lose weight, trying to slim fit, trying to look curvy and all of the BBL pandemic.
Sorry, which question do you want to ask about that?
We are talking about how the celebrities, people are kind of connected to the celebrities. So when they come out to give medical information, do you think it should be legally regulated? Like they should be held responsible if they're giving information that are not, ascribed to them?
Yes. Like I said, information should be, there should be responsible passing of information. So if it is your story to tell, you're narrating your story, fine. So you have this thing done, or you have this particular ailment, this was this, so and so was what the doctors did for you. But for you to come and say, this is what people should do, and this will do this, you with your own medical claims that have no backing, and you don't have any doctor in front of your name, I just feel like that can be a little dangerous sometimes. Because even if you have good intentions, somebody will always misinterpret what
Yeah.
you say. And this is something I deal with on a regular basis. When I make videos, no matter how clear you are, no matter how more detailed you are, you always find somebody that misinterprets something. So you as a celebrity, if you're coming in with medical information that is unverified, or you don't really have the backing of a doctor, you didn't consult a doctor, and you have the best intentions, somebody can go and misinterpret that, which I guarantee you will happen. And then if something goes south,
Yeah.
you're now in trouble. Do you understand?
I would like to ask you what one myth you've encountered during your period of professionality. But let's go on a quick break, and when we return, we'll be coming back to talk about women, mothers, and the healthcare crisis. There is no how you're going to talk about Nigerian healthcare crisis that you will not be, sidelining the female gender to dig deep into their own situation separately. Let's go on a quick break now. When we return, the conversation continue. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this has been Spotlight On, and I have been talking to a doctor. Being a female doctor, of course, we'll be talking about the women, mothers, when it comes to their healthcare situation separately. But before then, tell us, during your time of, being a doctor, what is the most dangerous meat you've encountered?
The most dangerous
meat you've encountered?
What do you mean meat?
Coming to say, just like the one you mentioned, that when you're conversing, you'll be using the spoon or something.
Okay, I think
those are meats, maybe something traditional that came from,
Okay, I will say the same thing. Okay, you can ask me again, but I'm going to say the same thing.
Yeah, you can just go on.
Okay, so the most dangerous misconceptions, like it involves, for example, like the somebody convulsing, you put a spoon in their mouth, or you put palm oil, which they can aspirate and make things worse. So I think that's maybe one of the most dangerous things. And then
what about this aspect of, I hope my mother can hear this, when your body scratch, you use palm oil to rub your body. Does that work?
Even if it does, I'm not aware of that. I've never tried that. I wouldn't know. But there's no
medically, do we have something like that?
Well, you have lotions that have anti-inflammatory, anti-histamine or anti-allergic properties, that calm down inflammation, that can work.
Yeah.
But they are medically regulated. So these traditional I'm not a traditional herbalist, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah. So let's move into women, mother, and the healthcare crisis. Nigeria continues to record one of the world's highest mortality rate. Why is this still happening in this time and day?
Okay, so again, goes back to system failure and the lack of education and poor health-seeking behavior. There are a lot of mothers that don't do antenatal care. So as a woman, a pregnancy is probably arguably the most dangerous time of your life. So it needs to be regulated, but unfortunately, not many women feel that way. Maybe because, she's had so many children before, so she feels comfortable with the pregnancy and she doesn't feel the need to check. But there's so many things that can go wrong during the first trimester, second trimester, third trimester. So there are a lot of women that come undocumented. Wow. That's why even I think when you go to hospitals, they charge more if you're having a baby and you did not do antenatal care there. We have zero antenatal record. They charge more because the risks are higher.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, again, the system failure of maybe a woman goes 20 hours during labor. Maybe you have one nurse in the entire ward or one midwife in the entire ward. So she wouldn't get the attention that she needs. These warning signs will not be picked up early. Or a woman is bleeding, for example, after having a baby, and then maybe not enough attention was paid to how much blood she has lost. Something like all because of either maybe lack of manpower, system failure, or maybe she has bled. Blood is supposed to be given, but then so many delays happen along the way that. So I feel like there's so many I would blame system failure, honestly, and then lack of poor health-seeking behavior from women. Because, believe it or not, a lot of women don't actually believe in antenatal care, and that is very scary.
But what frustrates you more when you are taking care of a pregnant woman, especially those ones that, refuse to do the right thing?
And that's the antenatal care, lack of seeking antenatal care. I'm always very shocked when I'm talking to a pregnant woman and she's expressing that she doesn't do antenatal care.
But don't you think this could be due to lack of funding?
It could be. It could be. But I believe antenatal ANC should be free.
Of course, that's my question. Should it be free or not?
It should, absolutely. I feel like even having children should be free. Delivery should be free. A woman shouldn't have to pay, or at least it should be heavily subsidized.
You know, when you're talking about this antenatal thing now, we have fault from the mothers, we have fault from the government, the system itself. How do you balance this? Who owns the much more responsibility, the family or the federal government?
For this one, I would say the family, because this is something very, very sensitive. There are a lot of people out there that cannot afford to have children. But at the same time, they for some reason, I don't know why, contraception is villainized. And contraception, surprisingly, is free. Okay? So there are so many underprivileged families that know they cannot afford children. And I'll give an example for that. And they don't feel the need, or they feel like if they do contraception, it's something bad, or like that will tarnish her image as a woman. I don't know, because I genuinely do not understand. There was one woman that I'll never forget that came during my house job. I was in Kano. She came, she had been having labor for how many hours? We don't even know. She was in visibly painful distress, and she needed a C-section. The husband did not have money for a C-section. So I don't know even how the case ended up. So for me, it's like, how can you as a family, maybe a husband and a wife, you don't plan these things, or you know you can't afford it, or you're like, oh, let's just see how it ends. So on this part, I'll actually put the blame not on the government, but on these families.
Because children are blessings from God.
Exactly.
Probably that is why they just think, you know, let's just do this thing. God will take care of.
True. But then who will take care of you as the mother? Do you understand? So I always feel, whenever I remember that woman, it really pains me, because it's like, you couldn't afford this. Your husband, they could not afford this. Even simple delivery, he could not afford. And now a complication has occurred. I don't know what happened to her. I don't know if she's alive or she's dead, but anything can happen as a woman. So don't you think the most responsible thing to do is, even if you're underprivileged, nobody is saying don't have children, okay? But take care of yourself. Even if you're underprivileged, don't you think you should at least be able to have a right to healthcare as a woman when you're pregnant? Do you understand?
Yeah.
So I don't know
Let's move quickly to, you know, public health in relation to politics. Let's see how politics is, you know, changing the dynamics of public health and how it's affecting it. We've had COVID-19 in the past, and we knew how COVID-19 has changed the world. So do you think Nigeria should learn from that, or we are about to make another mistake?
Hopefully not. I think if there's anything Nigerians should learn from that, maybe 1, 2, 3. The first is obviously common hygiene etiquettes. For example, coughing. You enter a taxi, there are 10 people, somebody's coughing, everybody's infected. So at least now people know about cough etiquette. You know, cover your mouth, wash your hands.
Are you sure people do not go back to their
I'm sure they went back
habits?
to it, but there are some, it can't be everybody. I'm sure at least even if it is 1% of people, I'm sure they have learned something positive from that.
But do you think the vaccination should still be voluntary?
Well, yeah, I do believe that vaccine should be voluntary. Nobody should be forced to take a drug or take a vaccine that they don't want to take, but it's at the detriment of their own health. But it should be made available, and people should be educated. But at the end of the day, if they don't want to take it, I don't see a need to force anybody.
So do you think politics have become a threat to public health?
Sorry, what?
Do you think politics have become a threat to public health?
Well, so in a way, it has always been a threat, because everybody will come overpromise and underdeliver at the end of the day.
So when disease outbreaks occur, are governments more concerned about statistics or saving the lives of people?
That I cannot answer. It's for the government to answer for themselves.
But since I'm giving you the Minister of Health for now, you should be able to, you know, chip in and give us some answers.
The focus should always be the people. Do you understand? But that may not always be the case. There are so many things that happen behind the scenes that we may not be privy to. Do you understand? But I just feel like, obviously...
Let me ask a personal question. Do you think Nigeria is about to experience another pandemic with the way we are going?
I'm praying not. I was positively surprised about this Ebola thing.
Yeah.
To be honest, I had very negative, I didn't have, I was not positive about, you know, Ebola not extending to Nigeria, all that, but I'm happy with how the government has actually gone about it. They've been serious, you know, they've kept the public informed. They've put screens in the airport, you know, they fill questionnaires, even though I don't think they were checking temperatures, but maybe that was just the one time I was in the airport. So I think, yeah, they've done well on that part.
Let's go into this segment where we ask hard questions, you know, some uncomfortable question. Do you think sometimes doctors feel patient because of poor communication?
Yes, that is a reality that I cannot deny. So a lot of Nigerian patients, this is not even a new or a secret, that a lot of Nigerian doctors are very poor communicators. You know, even when I was growing up, I didn't think there was something called counseling, that a doctor would sit you down, tell you, oh, this is what you have, this are the treatment options, you know. But at the end of the day, you know, it's what you decide. We are not in charge of you. Just ethics. But a lot of Nigerian doctors lack that. I think that's why patients sometimes are very bitter towards doctors. So I think if you're a doctor watching this, try to really, I don't know, work on your ethics if you're one of those people that don't care to keep patients informed. I think it's very dangerous for patients, because you find that sometimes patients actually comply more when they know about what they're being treated for, about their illness, than when they're just being left in the dark.
So do you think medicine have become more commercial than saving lives?
I would say in a way, yes. Because, for example, if there's this focus on service delivery. So now as doctors, it's like we're expected patients should always be the center of medicine. Medicine is patient-centered. But your obligation is to do things to benefit the patient, to prevent harm, okay? Not to keep patients happy. Now the shift is treat this patient, prevent harm, don't do any malice, and keep the patient happy. Sometimes that is not possible. Do you understand? So, and then I feel like it sets a dangerous tone, and patients develop this privilege when service delivery is focused on more than actually doing your job as a doctor. Because a classic example, you finish seeing a patient, you do everything you need to do. They are leaving and they say you should give them your number.
Wow.
And when you refuse, they get angry. They say, what if I need a doctor? If you need a doctor, come back to the hospital, you know? So patients have this sometimes privileged way of speaking to doctors, like, it's like doctors owe them healthcare, even when they're off the clock. When a doctor is off the clock, he is off the clock. Trust me, the last thing I want to be doing when I go back home is doing anything doctor-related.
But do you think patients have the right to publicly rate their medical doctors?
Yes, and I think it goes both ways, that doctors can also rate their patients.
But I did not ask if doctors can rate their patients. I'm asking if patients can rate their doctors.
Well, they can.
Medicine
is transparent.
Okay, you're also saying doctors should be able to rate their patients.
Yes, because some patients can be
What are you rating the patient for?
Cooperation, compliance, even attitude. Because sometimes patients come with an attitude and they just dismantle you as a doctor. So I think it goes both ways. I think if everybody is being called out, or people take responsibility, accountability, and then everybody will, do the right thing.
Thank you so much, Doctor. It's been an interesting conversation with her, talking about women, talking about patients, talking about the system generally. Now we move to the last segment before we round up, and this is called Rapid Fire. This is where we ease all the tension of the hard conversations. You are allowed to just pick one word. You get?
Okay.
No medical terminology to defend yourself. So, hospital or community health?
Hospital.
Treatment or prevention?
Prevention, 100%.
Okay. Public hospital or private hospital?
Public.
Public hospitals?
I say that for a reason.
Okay, don't worry about the reason. Experience or technology?
Experience.
Vaccines or awareness?
Awareness.
AI or human judgment?
Human judgment.
One word that describes Nigeria's healthcare system?
In shambles. Is that 2 words?
Okay. One word that describes today's patients?
Maybe cautious.
One word that describes your mission?
Prevention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mariam Ahmed Al-Mustafa. Today's conversation reminds us that healthcare is more than hospital, is more than prescription, and more than doctors. It is about trust, it is about leadership, it is about ensuring that where a person lives or where they earn does not matter and does not determine where they live. because in the end, the health of a nation is the foundation of its future. My name is Zainab Ibrahim. This has been Spotlight On. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to Political Arena here on S24 television. Nigeria is gradually approaching the 2027 general elections. Political realignments are taking shape across the country. One of the biggest developments in recent times is the emergence of a political alliance involving Peter Obi and Senator Rabiu Musa Konkoso under the platform of National Democratic Congress, NDC, coming on a joint ticket. Supporters describe the alliance as a formidable form that will challenge the ruling party in the forthcoming general elections in Nigeria, while APC believe that the coalition still faces some serious challenges and political opponents are yet there to face their own electoral hurdles. Can this partnership truly replace the Nigerian political system in 2027? What does this alliance mean from the opposition? Is Peter Obi and Rabiu Musa Konkoso willing to work in 2027? Joining us this afternoon is Mansur Umar Kurugu, spokesperson of Konkosia Movement. Mr. Mansur, welcome to Political Arena here on S24 television.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abakar. It's a pleasure to be here.
I can see from your appearance, you are actually a diehard of Konkosia.
Well, yeah, you're right about that, actually. I was almost being made in so many ways by Konkosia Movement, starting from my university degree where I studied in the university established by Senator Rabiu Musa Konkoso in Kano State. It was called Kano University of Science and Technology those days. Now Aliko Dangote University of Science and Technology. And then, of course, after performing very well, because you have to do your part, I got a scholarship as well under the administration of Senator Rabiu Musa Konkoso to have become a pilot and to have experienced a life from a different perspective. So that's where the captain came into being. So yeah, I'm not only a diehard member of Konkosia Movement, but literally I am like a son and breed of that particular movement. And of course, I'm seeing myself among the drivers of the movement now and in the future.
So based on the little interaction we had here, you mean you are, when it comes to politics, you have ideologically driven?
Absolutely, yeah. I strongly believe that politics should be for the people, and it should be able to address the critical needs, fundamental needs of mankind, not just for some few individuals.
Politician.
Yeah, not self-centered, but people-centered politics. So well, yeah, that is why, despite being everything, I find Konkosia Movement as a platform that really align with my own belief, interests, and ideas. Yeah.
Captain Mansur, thank you so much for honoring our invitation.
It's a pleasure.
Despite your tight schedule.
Yeah, it's okay.
Let's begin with our topic. One of the biggest political story, like how significant is the alliance of Senator Rabiu Musa and Peter Obi?
I would say it's very significant, especially in our today's politics, where we have seen a lot of sentiment taking place, a lot of
politicking.
Yeah, politicking going on, a lot, and actually some lack of sensitivities to our diversity, if I can put it that way, by some of the opposite parties that are, we can call them ruling party in the country. I mean, and this kind of alliance between Senator Rabiu Musa Konkoso and Peter Obi, or you can call it from the southern part of the country and northern part of the country, or you can call it in a different kind of diversity
angle.
It is actually a kind of inclusive approach in ensuring that every part of this country and every individual within this country is being represented and their interests are being respected. We are very sensitive, we are very intentional about ensuring we have a formidable platform where we are not only focused about ourselves or marginalizing any part of the country or group of individuals. So yeah, I can see this as a formidable platform
Alliance.
and an alliance that could provide a credible option and an alternative for Nigerians. Yeah.
Did your party copy from the ruling party? Because we knew how the ruling party came in 2015. It was a coalition, a merger that happened between the southern part of the country and the northern part of the country that brought led President Buhari into power.
So we are not going to say we copied from we copied from APC, but because we were part of those that established the APC.
That was then.
Yeah, then we were part of the coalition. If you remember, our leader, Senator Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, was from PDP. And they were those that represented that red part of the APC. If you look at the logo of the APC and all of that, you'll see that red there. That represents PDP. So we were not the only, we are not only doing the merger or doing a coalition for the first time in 2023. 2026, 2027 election. But it was something that we have tried in those days. But however, the issues and the needs are different. Those days, we were trying to chase away PDP because of their failure for one single area, one single sector. Then, there are other areas, but the key sector that they felt on was insecurity. And then we just felt like, wait, why not? We are part of this government, but they are not doing well. So let us try and explore a different alternative and give Nigerians a different option. Unfortunately, now what we are seeing is beyond insecurity. You can talk of everything. I have never in my entire life, in my entire analysis and assessment of how governance works, I have never seen an administration that felt squarely in every angle like this particular administration of APC. I cannot put my hand on any single sector where I would say this sector got better in terms of the delivery for a good governance and better life to Nigerians. So if there is any time for credible politicians to come together and provide a credible platform or alternative for Nigerians, this is the right time. And not only them, us as Nigerians, we are the major, recipient of the impact of this failed government. So it is not only the work of the credible or the, big wings, like we call them. It's not only their work, but it is the work of all Nigerians. Except if somebody is just sitting in his house and feeling comfortable about everything that is going on. But so far, you are Nigerian like all of us, and you are
feeling the impact.
You must feel the impact, even if you're rich, because the same resources that you could have used to utilize and have your kind of way of life
now before, you have to double it or even
much more than that. So it's not even a matter of we're just doing a coalition.
Matter of reality.
It's a matter of survival. I call it this way. It's a matter of survival. If you really want to have a Nigeria that works for everyone, if you really want to have a purposeful leadership that seeks to benefit ordinary man, because in this particular administration, the only people benefiting are the big politicians, especially governors and those around them. That is why you can see, while every day ordinary Nigerians are moving away from APC, our governors now, they are moving into APC. Why? Because the government is only working for them, not for the masses.
Captain Mansur, don't you think that maybe the way they are trooping into the ruling party, they felt like the government of APC is doing well?
Obviously, we know they are not doing well because, look, doing well in government is going to be assessed by certain indicators, like the quality of life, the quality of education, the opportunity for young persons, the ease of doing businesses. All of those things are what you now bring together to know whether the government is performing well or not. Think of the inflation. We are talking of how many percentage we are now. We stop even counting, right? We have never seen a moment where the exchange rate have reached its level like it is now, like within this particular administration. I never imagined in my life an oil-producing country like Nigeria, at any point of time, you would be able to buy a fuel at over 1,000 naira. That is exactly what we are seeing. When this particular government, from the last 3 years to date, came into being, we were buying it at 100 plus, less than 200 naira.
And it was that very day that they made that declaration.
Not very year, that very day. The very moment the man became the president, His Excellency Alhaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he declared immediately that he withdrew the fuel subsidy without a framework on how to mitigate the impact of doing that on ordinary man. And since that day, Nigeria was awakened. And I want to make sure that I hope that Nigerians now will be awake and reclaim our country by ourselves.
This goes down to my next question. Some people say that this partnership is built more on defeating APC than shaping ideologies. Is that true?
So what is the difference between the two? Because if you are saying shaping ideology of who?
Nigerians.
Look, what Nigerians need at this moment is a better governance. Whether you have ideology that they align with or they do not align with your ideology, what people need at the moment is a better government that speaks to the people, government that speaks to the need of the people. But again, if you're talking about ideology, I have never seen any political movement that has as much ideological pillars like OK movement. Because obedient, they have a movement. That is an ideological movement. Obedient. Then Concosia movement is also an ideological movement. And that is why we even stand a stronger chance.
Of winning in 2027.
Exactly. Because look, if I may ask you, do you think in this entire country, there would be anybody in their normal sense that on their own, without incentivization, can go out and vote for APC again?
Well, these are the questions we need to ask Nigerians.
Well, you are a Nigerian as well. And I mean, I don't know. I don't understand how can someone in their normal sense would want to bring back APC into our country. But these two movements now, the people that are going to vote in this movement, they are spending their own money for the victory of this particular movement. So that is what makes it different. It is ideologically driven. It is purposeful leadership driven. So if people are seeing it as where change is going to come, the kind of change where they will be able to contribute into ensuring it happens. Not only being a passive members of the country, no, being among the drivers of this change, even after winning the election.
Captain Mansour, we have to go for a quick break. When we return, I'm going to ask you about your principle.
Okay, please.
Let's go for a short break. When we return, the conversation will continue. From that break, remember this is Political Arena here on S24. My guest is Captain Mansour Umar Kurugu, the spokesperson of Concosia movement. Captain Mansour, some people are accusing your principal of decamping from this political party to another political party.
Yeah.
And you call your movement is one of the movements that have ideology. I believe if politicians are playing politics with ideology, we know the likes of Malang Aminu Kano who have stood firmly in one ideology. Why is your principal officer doing that?
Well, accusation in politics is normal.
It's acceptable.
No,
as long as it's valid.
You cannot be in politics without having people to critique you. Some of them will be doing it objectively. Some will be doing it to disinform or misinform people. But what is happening with moving from one political party to another is not unique to Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. It is the situation that we find ourselves in the country.
That warrants.
Let me just give you an example. In this particular republic, we started in PDP, right?
That was
1999. Senator Kwankwaso has been a member of PDP up to when? 2014 or thereabout. Nothing changed. At that point, PDP was able to field candidates at all levels. And he has always been a loyal member of that party. Why? Because the party wasn't having any challenge. And the governors did not deteriorate it to the level that you feel you need to dissociate yourself. So the ideology of Concosia is not hinged on a political party. It is hinged in purposeful and people-centered leadership. That is the ideology. So whichever political party is able to offer that, you can see us there. Or if the party that we are within and working together with is 100% contrary to this particular objective, obviously we will have to move, because party is a party. You might not own it. If you do not own it, you cannot dictate how that party will operate. And if you are not the president, you cannot decide how the governors would go.
Works.
So if there is no satisfaction, if there is no alignment with your own ideology and the ideology of your movement and what the government is doing, you will have to leave. That is one of the reasons. Another reason is even viability of the party. Anybody who is now a member of PDP, what are they going to do in the PDP? Do they even have a presidential candidate?
We even saw Godwin Akpabio saying that he didn't believe PDP exists.
Well, that's up to Mr. Senate President, but I am not sure if they even have a presidential candidate because there are two factions: one faction for one lawyer, the other faction for another, lawyer. All of them are now battling as lawyers and all of that. So, if assuming you are in that party and you still have an interest in bringing a national solution, are you going to stick to that party, or you will have to look for another alternative?
So that is what exactly your principal did.
I'm just giving you some of the scenarios.
Yeah.
The first one is lack of alignment between your own ideology and how the party is delivering their own governance when they have it. The second one is when the platform is no longer viable. And then another one is when you are in a party and in your normal sense, you have seen, take as an example, you are sitting in this studio, right? And you look up here and you see this group is collapsing. What are you going to do?
I have to step out.
But if you love this office and all of that, do you think you can stay back? You just have to move out. And that is exactly what happened with us in ADC. We love to be there with everybody. We love the coalition. We were willing to come and do our part. My leader, Senator Rabi Musa Konkoso, was willing to sacrifice everything and make sure that coalition works. But immediately we started coming up with a movement, where the entire country was rallying around that thing. And that was the moment when Senator Rabi Musa Konkoso had joined the party. We have seen a new issues coming, a court case from Nafi Ubala and all of that. And we can practically see that party crumbling.
Collapsing.
And as foresighted person, as Senator Rabi Musa Konkoso, with all the people that followed him, you wouldn't expect him to sit there and allow all of us to get all our ambitions and dreams jeopardized, right?
Let me ask you something.
Let me just give you one simple
scenario.
Not scenario, but what makes Senator Rabi Musa Konkoso to definitely think around ensuring there is a solution. He's not a politician that is only representing himself. He's a politician representing a movement. There are people contesting for governors, there are people contesting for National Assembly positions, State Assembly positions, and all of that. Unlike most of other politicians, go and check the ADC candidates there, the presidential and all of them. Do they have any people, do they have other people around them that if today they no contest, all of those people, now they don't have any platform?
Just relax.
It's all about them.
Time, let
but
me
Senator
ask you,
Konkoso is all about the entire movement, the people around him and everything. So sometimes he had to take those decisions.
Let's
to make
go down to Kano politics, please.
Well, okay, go ahead.
What happened?
Well, about what?
What happened? We saw the saga between your own principal and the incumbent governor of Kano State. It seems like they are no longer in the same page.
It's not like it seems. It's not like it seems. It's we call it betrayal of the century or something.
Betrayal of the century?
Yeah, absolutely.
That is what you are accusing him of.
Look, Senator Rabi Musa Konkoso worked very well to build a reputation, even in politics. That is where a lot of distrust and everything is there, right?
Started.
But Senator Rabi Musa Konkoso was able to maintain that status where Kano people still trust and believed in him, to the extent that he can present a candidate or he can sponsor a candidate and people will come and rally around. He worked together with the entire movement for 80 years to dethrone Ganduji or to send away APC parking in the state. And Kano people understand that mission. They did that. They, sent away APCs. They said, we don't want you in our state. They said, APC, you failed. And they demonstrated it in the ballot, not only saying it. And then after everything, we have gotten a government of Konkosia in Kano State.
That lasted for?
All of a sudden, the governor have decided to identify APC, the same APC that Kano people said we don't want, as the best platform where he needs to join. And he leave Senator Rabi Musa Konkoso, someone who sponsored him, someone who had been mentoring him for over 40 years. And he said he's moving there. What do you call that?
Well, maybe that is
boils
down to
personal
personal and political interest.
If you have a personal...
In your word, you said betrayal.
Okay, then in your word, what would that be?
Well, that should be maybe like it's just a political calculation.
Political calculation?
He believed that. Now, you now spoke about the ADC, why your principal left the ADC. He believed that ADC is no longer sellable. And maybe Governor Abba thought that NMPP is no longer sellable.
Okay, so...
And you know politicians are so ambitious.
Okay, so I will just put it this way. Senator Rabi Musa Konko is a leader of a movement. He has a responsibility of ensuring that anybody who is a governor under his movement succeeded. So if you are one of them and you identify a certain challenge, what are you supposed to do? You don't run, right? You stick with your, people and talk to them. You are a governor. Come and talk to Senator Rabi Musa Konko about all of these
issues. So you mean the decision by Governor Abba was a wrong decision?
It's not only a wrong decision, it was a betrayal, my friend. We just call it what it is.
So what are you doing so far?
And let me tell you something. It's not only a betrayal towards Senator Rabi Musa Konko. So it's a betrayal towards Kano State people, betrayal towards the Konkosia people, and it's even someone who is saying, hey, God, you know that it was okay for me to stay with these people. But now that I'm a governor, I don't need that guide. I'm going to do it my own way. And this is one thing.
That happened in Kano.
This is one thing that always happens. When you don't stick to what God plans for you, and you decided to do it yourself, there will be consequences. And for Kano people, anytime you betray them, they pay back.
There is repetition.
There is repercussion for every single action that you do. And one thing that Kano people doesn't want is betrayal. Now I can
Captain
ask
Mansour,
you.
We have to go for a second break. When we return, we are going to touch the last part of the conversation.
Okay, that's fine.
Let's go for another break. When we return, we are going to take the last part of the conversation. Welcome back from that break. Remember, this is Political Arena here on S24 television. Together with me is Captain Mansour Kurugu. Captain Mansour, what are you doing now to challenge the government of Kano State as a member of NDC?
Kano State is already on an autopilot.
Autopilot?
To failure. That is true.
Maybe these are all political statements.
They are not. They are not. I am an evidence-driven person. If people who cast votes have already identified you and believe that you're a betrayer, tell me one single magic that you can do to make them give you their own vote.
But now you made mention that you counter the power of incumbency when you flush out the government of APC in Kano State. Don't you think that Governor Abba may likely use the power of incumbency and retain his seat?
So when we flushed out the government of Kano State, we were not in power. When we dealt with Governor Abdullahi Umar Ganduje's government, we had no local government chairman, no senator, no governor, no nothing. Kano people only. The people who believed that Kano belongs to Kano people, the people who believed that governance should be for people, the people who believe that window dressing is not enough in Kano. This is exactly what Abba Kabir Yusuf is doing. He's just doing a window dressing. He just came to the city.
What do you mean by window dressing?
So instead of him to address the real development challenges, he's only coming into the city and identify one single sector. And even in that one single sector, he identified one single type of project. And even in that, he identified one single part of the state and neglected every other part of the state. Let me break it down for you. The sector he identified is infrastructure. If you look at Kano State, there is nothing tangible that Abba Kabir Yusuf is doing except around infrastructure. And even in that, he focused on road
construction,
flyover and road construction. We're not saying it is bad. They are good. But he now concentrated in the city where people come and see. It's not about, okay, when we go to the hinterland, when we go to the villages, if you go to Kara, if you go to Tambata, if you go to Makoda, you'll see all of those kind of work happening. No, there are still 5-kilometer roads pending since Senator Rabi Musa Konko sustained.
Maybe that was your fault.
Well, a governance...
Government is a continuous process.
Exactly. So if I did something, if I started something 10 years ago, my successor should be able to continue it. And if you, Abba, came and you said, okay, your interest is on roads, go and finish all of those things. Don't concentrate only in the city. Government have enough resources to do what they are doing in the city and also do them in other parts of the state. And look, what is happening to the education? Go to our schools and see. Students and kids are sitting on the floor. In this situation where we really need to motivate parents and kids to even, support everyone another, enroll their children and all of that, we are neglecting the schools, making them very dangerous for the kids to go there. The roofs are open in some places and all of that. What are you doing to the education? What is he doing to the security?
Captain Marshall, maybe somebody seeing you out there may feel like maybe these are just rejoinders that are coming from the bottom of your heart since the governor is no longer with you. And maybe someone is just trying here to say that maybe you're just trying to sell your own principle since Governor Abba is no longer together with you. I believe maybe we are going to hear from the part of the ruling party.
So what I would tell you is this: Concosia already had its own reputation. People knows what it stands for. So we don't need to do any rejoinder. But what we are saying is identifying the
challenges.
Challenges, the failure of the Abba Kabir Yusuf's government. And we are not just saying it because we want to say it. We are saying it because that is what is there on the ground.
Okay, now what you are saying, you're trying to help his political career so that he can at least
we are
go
not
and
trying
correct
to
the
help his own
mistakes.
political career.
But you are from Kano. The victory of Kano is your own victory.
My brother, at this point of time, he exhausted his time.
There is no room for reconciliation?
Look, it's not even a matter of reconciliation. There is no even time for him to amend his misrule, because now the focus is on another election. And you cannot come at the end of the period of your time and tell me you repented, right? Even in religion, in Islam, you're not allowed to, even if you repent when you're about to die, your repentance is not going to be acceptable. And that's exactly what we are seeing. And this man is even delusional. He's still feeling like he's doing well. While kind of people are just watching him. I don't understand why somebody from Smiler now will come to the town and see, hey, see him fly over there. And then in Smiler, I don't have any good roads within my own community. If I'm going to the farm, I don't have any means to go there. I'm buying fertilizer. 1 bag of fertilizer, cost of it, I need to sell 3 bags of maize to buy 1 bag of fertilizer. Nobody is giving me any machineries or anything. Why would I even come and start voting for this person again? And above that, I already know that he's a betrayer because I know what he did to his people.
Are out there waiting for them, and I believe they are going to do justice to whatsoever you said. I think we need to conclude this conversation. I would like to ask you some quick question, even though due to the nature of time. One word that describes Peter Obi and Konkoso movement.
Inclusive and purposeful leadership. And credible platform for Nigerians, yeah?
One word that describes Konkoso himself alone.
Credible leader and pragmatic thinker.
The biggest issue facing Nigeria today, as I'm speaking to you.
APC government, my brother. The APC government.
Subsidy removal, success or failure?
Catastrophic failure.
State police, yes or no?
Maybe yes.
Okay. One state you believe will surprise Nigeria in 2027?
One state? Well, in which direction? In terms of election results?
In terms of elections, as you are out there selling yourself, okay, like which states do you think you are going to get massive votes?
Of course, Kano. Of course, that one, because of our population.
With the APC in governance?
Of course. Kano is Konkosia, my friend. Don't even waste your time about anything. If you're asking for people to come out and vote naturally in Kano, it has always been a Konkosia.
Okay, who do you think is going to win the 2027 elections based on data and facts?
Or Kitty Kate.
Okay, finally, what are your messages to Nigerians out there, especially people from your own movement and Nigerians?
So let me talk to Nigerians in general. The 2027 general election is not about political party. It's not about the candidates. It's about our existence as a country, as people. And sending APC government packing is our collective and shared responsibility. If we really want to salvage and bring back our country on track, we must come together and ensure that APC do not have a chance again. And the ticket that is very inclusive and sensitive, which is OK ticket or B and Konkoso ticket, is the one that won. We must make sure that we do not sell our votes, we do not sell our hearts, we do not sell our soul. We have to work for ourselves, for our younger ones, for our older ones, for our, unborn, actually, because this country is at a point where we really need to come back to the right track.
I have to stop you, Captain Mukhtar. Thank you so much for taking your time here to speak to us and enlighten our viewers about OK Ticket. And you have been accusing the ruling party of misleading Nigerians.
I did not accuse anybody. I just put the fact out there. You
Well,
are a
these are the
journalist.
facts.
You are a journalist. Go and do the searching. Tell me any sector where they are doing better in this country.
Well, thank you so much, Captain Mukhtar. We have to draw the
Is it
curtain
Mukhtar or
of
Mansur?
Mansur. I have to draw the curtain of the program here.
Okay.
Thank you so much for taking your time to speak to us here on S24.
It's a pleasure.
It's really a pleasure having you.
Yeah.
And I believe 2027, Nigerians are going to make a difference.
Yeah, they are going to vote for OK.
Well, that is your words.
Well, I can see it is your word as well.
Thank you so much. And this is where we draw the curtain of political arena. We had a conversation with Captain Mansur Umar Kurugu. Thank you so much and bye for now.
I suffered a lot before the time of this peaceful agreement. They took me for 5 days. After my wife, I paid them 100,000. Third one, they took my son, brother. I paid them 50,000. Then they meet me at farm. They took me with was hard punishment. They beat me. They asked me to pay them before they release me.
This land, the ancient Sahel, once moved to the rhythm of famine seasons and grazing herds. But for more than a decade, fear settled into the soil. From the forest came bandits, villages emptied, crops withered, and buildings fell silent. Across Katsina and Niger's northwest, every journey became a prayer for survival. Today, S24 television returns to this land not just to remember the violence, but to ask a more complex question. When the guns fall silent, can life truly return?
I met one of them, seeing him, identifying him. Just I didn't talk to him, but I really recognize him. By the time I see him, I feel fever by that time for 6 hours. Trying to recall what happened last time.
An ɗauke ni kan hanya, an ɗauke mu 14, an ɗauke mu kan hanya. Da Allah ya ruwa asiri taimakon Allah ne ba koyin ba. Aw mu biyar a daji, Allah ya fito mu. Direban kawai ne biya naira 200 bisa da aka canja kuɗin nan kuɗi na waya mu cewa suka yi sun yahe mana.
They took cattle, dignity, and peace. Some fathers returned broken, while others never returned.
Zuwan ke yankin nan da babu shi.
Lokutan baya, akwai mazajen dawa suke kwana.
Schools closed, farms were abandoned, and the forest learned the sound of gunfire. Between 2015 and 2021, violence linked to banditry killed over 1,000 people in Katsina State alone, displaced tens of thousands, and forced entire villages, more than 50, to empty out. On April 18, 2020, coordinated attacks across Katsina communities killed dozens in a single night. By early 2021, it was clear no village was too small, no border too remote. This violence was not random. It grew from long-standing fractures. As far back as the late 1980s, tensions over land and water simmered between farmers and herders. But remote communities were neglected. Roads were unbuilt. Schools were understaffed and clinics were abandoned. Young people grew up with little access to education or work. Then weapons arrived, flowing in from regional conflicts across porous borders. Cattle rustling evolved into kidnapping. Opportunists became organized armed groups. Conflict trackers estimate that over 13,000 people were killed by banditry across Niger's northwest between 2010 and 2023. Poverty, governance gaps, environmental pressure, and small arms. This was the poison that spread through the Sahel. But even in the darkest years, something shifted. Communities chose dialogue over disappearance. Elders, imams, women, and youth began talking, first among themselves, than with those who once terrorized them.
A wannan zama ya yi tasiri 100%. Shi kuma wannan zama gaskiyar magana muna buƙata a ce duk jihohin ƙasar nan ko ina a samar da irin shi.
Duk abun da ka gani idan ba a han teburin sulhu to ba zai kai ƙarshe ba. Sannan duk abun da kaga an ce ba a tattauna ka juna to dama matsala ba ta kare ba.
Even within your family, sometimes you do get something that may not go down well with the other in the same house, the same family. So that's what it's and it's normal to human community. It's normal to human beings. Just as peace scholars are saying, conflict is necessary, conflict is unavoidable, but can also generate chance for development as well as progress. So people have understood that being in peace is better than whatever people will continue to do otherwise.
In Katsina, the state government supported community-led security and peace efforts, training thousands of local volunteers, backing dialogue initiatives, and combining forces with negotiation.
The idea of community watch corps was actually the idea of His Excellency the Governor. So before the coming of the administration in 2023, 25 local governments were under siege. You can have attack in even as far as Ingawa. We had so many attacks in Bindawa, attacks in Katsina local government, attacks in Keita and the rest. But with this idea of creating community watch corps and robust relationship with other security agencies, that is to say the conventional security agencies, the army, the police, the DSS, the civil defense, you see, we were able to bring down the number of local governments being attacked by bandits, about 16 local governments from the shackles of the bandit within the first 10 months.
You see, this is a local problem that needs a local solution. And I think by introducing this sea watch has bring the much desired need and for this purpose, because they are the people from the same community, and they can identify those that are informants. Those are the ones we call informants, because we mingle with them, we move with them, we sleep with them, we go anywhere with them, and unfortunately, they are the ones selling us.
Skepticism was over the roof and fear lingered, but slowly, roads reopened, farms were revisited, and nightfall no longer meant flights.
Wannan matsalar tana cikin gida ce, ba wasu ne baki muke samu ba. Dan cikin gida ne su suke zuwa suke wannan abu. To mai girma gwamna ya tunani ya kirkire mu, domin mu ne muka san mutanen nan, kuma mu ne za mu shiga lungu da saƙo domin gano waɗannan mutanen wanda suke kawo mana wannan attack. Kullum ina gaya musu cewa wannan aiki kanmu ne muke yi ma, domin al'ummanmu ne, iyayenmu ne, danginmu ne, matanmu ne. Idan muka yi kwanci ba mu fita ba, to su mutanen nan za su zo duka su yi kan mai uwa da wabi. Ƙarshe abin zai wuto al'umma har ya zo gare mu. Saboda haka kullum ina ƙarfafa musu gwiwa cewa wannan aikin ya zama wajibi mu sa shi a ranmu cewa al'umma muke yi ma.
In Batsari local government area villages like Biakakwana, Gobarawa, and Ruma, names once linked to terror, life is returning in fragments. Bread is baked, fields are tilled, children walk to school, markets murmur, and families sleep through the night.
Muka mun gode ma Allah, yanayin tsaro yayi kyau, kuma in dai haka za a dole to alhamdulillah muna jin daɗin haka, har ma fiye da haka. Saboda dukkan wanda zai tafi ma to muna kokari ya dawo gida.
Tsaro yanzu kan mun gode wa Allah, tsaro ya samu, muna samun kwanciya cikin gidajenmu, mu kwantar da hankalinmu, ‘ya'yanmu su je su walwalansu yanda suke so, za mu fita har cikin dare mu je mu yawon mu samu abubuwan da muke so mu samu, mu dawo mu zama mu cikin gida ba wani takura. Amma kwanakan baya kan ba mu isa mu je mu ce mun fita bakin gari ba, ko kuma a'a muna cikin gari zaune. Idan dai har kana cikin gari zaune to za ka fita da gudu ne, amma yanzu kan za ka iya zama tun daga karfe 7 na maraice, za ka iya kai karfe 7 na safe, ba wani wanda zai zo ya haska ka da fitila ya ce ya zo ta dama hankali.
A yanzu mun samu kwanciyar hankali kwarai da gaske. Allah ya ƙara ci gaba a zaman mu na yanzu. Komi ya ƙara tahiya normal kamar yadda muke yanzu. Yanzu ko ina kake ka kwanta hankalinka kwance da ko ba mu samu natsuwa gidajenmu ba.
A yanayin tsaro alhamdulillah gaskiya, yanayin tsaro kam an samu tsaro kan domin Allah.
daga lokacin da aka yi wanga zama dai ba mu sake ganin wani abun da ko muka rena mawa ba ko kuma su ma ina tunanin dai daga bangaren su babu tun da akwai shi da an ji korafe-korafe.
To alhamdulillah gaskiya Gobira mun samu rangwame mun samu sawaba tunda da ba mu da ikon shigowa yanzu kawai ga mu cikin garin Gobira muna zanne lahiya.
Tunda Allah ya sa an samu lokacin nan yanzu alhamdulillah.
This is not propaganda. This is what peace looks like on the ground. Fragile, uneven, but real. But again, this is not a miracle ending. Many villages still lack clean water. Some families walk more than a kilometer daily to fetch water. Schools remain roofless. Clinics are empty shells, and some families are left in ruins.
Dakunan mu duk sun rurrushe ga wannan ruwan da aka yi. He jari kuma na mata da tallafin marayu.
Ina kira ga gwamnatin nan dan Allah dan Annabi a taimaka mu ba mu da sabis. Kwatoci da sauransu nan cikin garin Ruma muna bukata gwamnati ta taimaka mu.
Abin da muke fata kenan a gyara matasa mai aiki a dauke shi aiki wanda bai aiki a bashi jari yake sana'a wannan banga siyasa a batta bai da wani amfani gare mu.
Muna son a dan dafa mana taki haka tunda dai noman sun bari sun ce ko ina mutum za je noman shi je yi. Kin ga mun samu ci gaba anan. Ba shanu ba awaki da dabbobi a taimaka mana su. Ko da bashi na ka ba mu lokaci gashi za a bada aikin ga alhamdulillah.
Muna bukata masallacin mu ya ƙara ɗaukakuwa kuma muna bukatar zaman lahiya da a taimaka ma mazajen mu da yaran mu. Mu samu ci gaba a cikin garin Gobira.
Tsakani ga Allah rayuwar mu sai a hankali saboda tsakani ga Allah ba mu da mazanne gidaje saboda su sun rushe.
Amma idan gwamnatin nan za ta kula da mu, to babban bukatar mu shine cewa hanya, asibitoci, kiwon lafiya a inganta su.
Yanzu dai muna da bukatar gwamnati ta taimaka mu da gyaran hanyar mu daga nan har zuwa Jibiya kuma a taimaka mu da shanu waɗanda za mu samu mu rika huda da yangal muna haka waɗanda za mu rika amfani da su gonakanmu tunda sun sha mu lahiya sun ce mu je mu yi noman nan muna ta yi da su jama'a masu je su yi masa kwadago wasa biya su mu kuma ana zuwa gonakanmu daga nan har nesa a je a yi noman nan a dawo lahiya kuma an yi amfanin nan kowa ɗauko amfanin shi ya kawo gida wake ne bai ida kaiwa ba sun turo shanu an fara shi kuma aka yi masa magana aka tsaye da shanun nan aka maida su.
Bangarorin hanyoyin nan a gyara mu da ruwan sha da dam da sauran burtula duk waɗanda makiyaya ke bi suna zuwa yawon kiwo a yi ƙoƙari a fitar da su saboda suna ɗaya daga cikin abin da ya fara har dasa matsalolin da aka shiga dama.
Muna amfani ne da farm action. In so samu ne muna so a bamu manyan bindigu irin su AK-47, 49 wanda da su ne insha Allah za mu iya tunkara da inda muke so. Muna da motoci da mashina. So amma yau da gobe tun da kusan shekarar mu biyu yanzu. To mashinan sun ɗan yi tsufa yanzu. Inda so samu ne muna bukata a ƙaro mana wasu da ita kanta mota muna bukata. Muna bukatar a ƙara kula da walwalanmu.
To ci gaban da nake so in gani a yankin nan namu ya kasance ko da wani wuri aka je sai dai a yi koyi da nan ba dai nan ya koyi da wani wuri ba.
For peace to endure, security must be followed by development. Livelihood grants, roads, schools, healthcare, safe grazing routes, and revived agriculture. And for former fighters, justice, reintegration, and accountability matters. Without this, peace risks becoming as brittle as the dust beneath our feet. When the forest sleeps, the land remembers. Katsina is not cured, but it is waking, not with gunfire, but with footsteps, not with fear, but with cautious optimism. This story matters because every farm reclaimed, every school reopened, every child who sleeps safely at night is a quiet rebellion against despair. S24 television was on the spot. We listened, and this is what the ground told us.
During election seasons in Nigeria, political campaigns are often filled with bold promises, sending insecurity, creating millions of jobs, and rapidly transforming the economy. However, many of these pledges lack clear policy frameworks, timelines, or clear funding plans. Over the years, such promises have struggled to match reality. The country groups like Boko Haram and Islamic State West Africa province, while economic challenges such as unemployment and inflation continue to affect millions.
When campaign promises repeatedly fail, public trust in leadership begins to erode. Analysts say this often leads to voter apathy, declining turnout, and growing frustration with political system. Experts argue that
an illusion.
Wetin person talk get power to build or to scatter life. But wetin go happen wey that talk na lie. Today we go touch first rape accusation, wetin some people call RNG case. E no too me, but the damage e dey do to our justice system and the innocent people e get where it's gone. For Naija, records show say first rape accusation dey under 5 cents, plenty abi no, but e choke. When thing lie, e dey waste police time and resources wey suppose use catch real criminals. And the worst part be say e dey make the real world doubt real survivors wey really need help. Once person shout wolf and e be lie, tomorrow when the real gbege sup, people no go really believe am again. So for the person wey dey lay against, na so she be that, job loss, family scatter, and the mental stress fit make person craze. If court later talk say you no do am, that mean rapist hang for your head for years like bats. But make nobody for Naija, if you lie give police, some dey wey dey wait for you. Under the criminal code, penal code, if you give false information or give false evidence wey oyibo dey call perjury, you fit face jail term, sometimes up to 7 years or more. For Lagos, the criminal law 2011 even say if you lie against person for offense wey fit lead to death, you sef fit to enter suit. Justice no dey blind cause e no wan see. E dey blind because e no wan dey bias. We must protect survivors, but
During election,
when that talk na lie. Today we go touchlight first rape accusation, wetin some people dey call RNG case. E no too many, but the damage e dey do to our justice system and the innocent people e get where it's gone. For Naija, records show say first rape accusation dey under 5%, plenty abi no, but e choke. When person lie, e dey waste police time and resources wey dey suppose use catch real criminals. And the worst part be say e dey make the real world doubt real survivors wey really need help. Once person shout wolf and e be lie, tomorrow when the real gbege sup, people no go really believe am again. So for the person wey dey lie against, na social death be that, job go loss, family fit scatter, and the mental stress fit make person craze. Even if court later talk say you no do am, that name rapist fit hang for your head for years like bad smell. But make nobody play. For Naija, if you lie give police, law dey wey dey wait for you. Under the criminal code and the penal code, if you give false informate or give false evidence wey oyibo dey call perjury, you fit face jail term, sometimes up to 7 years or more. For Lagos, the criminal law 2011 even talk say if you lie against person for offense wey fit lead to death, you sef fit follow enter soup. So justice no dey blind because e no wan see. E dey blind because e no wan dey bias. We must protect real survivors, but we must also protect the truth, because when we play with the truth, everybody, including you and me, na loser.
A towering giant has fallen, a chapter closed, but the story of a legend echoes far beyond the final breath. Let's take a look at key life lessons to learn from the life of the late Alhaji Aminu Dantata. Alhaji Aminu Alhassan Dantata, businessman, philanthropist, and elder statesman, passed away in Abu Dhabi on June 28, 2025, at the age of 94. His body was laid to rest in the holy city of Medina. From kola nut trader to empire builder, Dantata's journey began in the dusty streets of Kano. By 17, he was already leading the family business founded in Bichi, a lineage of wealth. wisdom and work ethics passed down by his father, Alhassan Dantata, once West Africa's richest man. The late Aminu Dantata is an uncle to Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote. Alhaji Aminu Alhassan Dantata built industries in agriculture, real estate, manufacturing, and construction, but he never forget the poor. In 2024 alone, he donated 1.5 billion naira to flood victims in Borno. Across Nigeria, his philanthropy became folklore, quiet, vast, and life-saving. President sought his blessings. Scholars like US-based Dr. Yasser Qadi called him a shining star and a legendary icon. Northern governors declared his death a national loss. President Bola Tinubu called it monumental, and indeed it is. Dantata believed wealth meant nothing if it did not uplift others. He lived in Kano's poorest quarters, taught children to build from dust, and showed that dignity isn't won, it is lived. Alhaji Aminu Dantata is gone, but his values, humility, dedication, and devotion endure. He did not just build wealth, but unfading kind of hope. And in a time of uncertainty, that is the rarest wealth of all. May Allah have mercy on his soul and grant him Jannat al-Firdaus.
Every city has a story, but some cities, against all odds, choose to tell the world stories. In the heart of northern Nigeria, Kaduna is daring to write its own chapter through film. This is Kaduna International Film Festival. Now, in its 8th edition, it has grown from a bold experiment into a global creative gathering. This year, more than 2,000 films from over 50 countries arrived, from Kampala to Kolkata, Paris to Abuja. Uganda unexpectedly led the way with the highest number of submissions, but only a few carefully chose and made it to the big screen. A reminder that at Cardiff, it's not about quantity, it's about quality and purpose.
This year we received over 2,000 entries from over 50 countries, and over 20 films were shortlisted, with Uganda having the highest number of entries.
The theme was bold: film for social change. Stories on religious intolerance, women's health, drug abuse, the girl child's right to education are spotlighted. Human trafficking was also included. Films that don't just entertain, but films that disturb, inspire, and demand action.
We can use film to fight against drug. When we look at girl child education, using film to make an impact in that area, we're also looking at the issues of women trafficking.
Even government agencies, the NCC, NDLEA, NAPTIP, stepped into the frame, signaling a rare partnership between art and policy. The response was massive. Delegates flew in from Uganda, Cameroon, India, France, the United Kingdom. For 5 days in August, Kaduna became a crossroad of cultures and a beacon of possibility. But amid this international acclaim lies a paradox. Local participation from Kaduna itself from the north remains painfully low, barely 1%. Why? Some say cultural barriers, lack of awareness, sometimes the absence of opportunity.
Kaduna Film Festival has gotten the biggest and the largest kind of publicity. It's on Wale Adenuga production, it's on DSTV, it's on different platforms. But I tell you the truth, without missing words, it is being undermined by the people from Kaduna State. Now the question is, how many practitioners came? Few, 1%.
It was very nice. Felt like a little bit like home, having a couple of Lipton's tea. And just to hear the kind of breadth of people that they've got,
who they've invited. They've had quite a lot of people from across the region, from East Africa as well, West Africa, and then to go through the programme and see, the different types of films, best film, independent film, and obviously we've got the documentary section as well, so I'm particularly interested in.
Yet change is already visible. This year brought a quiet revolution, the launch of a skill acquisition program, workshops, masterclasses, practical training. Not just watching films, but learning how to make them. Here, creativity meets employability and art becomes opportunity. Government, too, is finding its role, renovating the Kaduna Cultural House, investing in policy, promising support for local productions. But officials are candid. They cannot do it alone. They are calling for public-private partnerships for sponsors and investors to share this dream.
We need private individuals to come in and then join hands together to lift the youth of Kaduna State.
The ripple effect is already felt. Hotels filled to capacity, streets alive with festival traffic. Kaduna, for a brief week, became a city of lights, voices, and stories. The 8th edition has been called the festival's coming of age. Years of patient work are bearing fruit. Better organization, bigger audience, government partnership, and international respect.
Let me use the illustration of a plant. In the early years of a tree, there's a lot of work underground. The roots stabilizing, drawing nutrients, firming up and just building. And then finally, you begin to see the flowers and the fruits, and you see a bit of sprouting. That's how you know there's a plant. But eventually you begin to see the flowers and then you see the fruits. I think this 8th year is a year of the fruits.
And voices like Francis Duris remind participants that cinema is not only craft, it is culture, economy, and heritage.
Take it or leave it. The world cannot undermine Nollywood. Undermine it at all. Was Netflix here? Amazon. Yes, Netflix, they have come to Nigeria. Why are they here? You have the population, you have the natural resources, the human resources, you have the market. What else are you waiting for?
The journey ahead is long. To cement Kaduna as the creative capital of Northern Nigeria will require more than 5 days each year. It will take persistence, sponsorship, collaboration, and above all, belief. But something is shifting. With every edition, this festival grows stronger, louder, more certain of its voice. And with it, Kaduna, a city once overlooked, is finding its place on the world's creative map. This is not just a film festival. This is the power of story. For the S24 documentary special, I am Halima Abdulrauf.
When we first pitched the idea to use a personal story to tell a story about how climate change impacts women's health, I reached out to somebody who is my mentee in Kano, and then I was just asking randomly, and then she said, they have a family tradition that they do, they bake gurasa and all that. And then knowing the kind of work that we do, I thought to use the gurasa.
At the premiere of Ngurasa, a short documentary exploring the lives of women Gurasa Bikani has brought together gender advocates and policy makers to address the intersection of heat stress, health risks, and women's livelihoods in northern Nigeria. The 15-minute documentary is the final chapter of the Mariata Araya Mohalli project, a campaign spotlighting women-led climate action and resilience across northern Nigeria. The film tells the compelling story of women working in extreme heat conditions, battling not just rising temperatures, but also economic and health challenges.
Honestly, just like you've seen in the documentary, and I know you've watched it, a lot of them do not realize what kind of health impact that process of making gurasa or local process of making gurasa has, particularly on their health. Despite the fact that one of the central character, Rekia, whose mother died from high blood pressure and heat stroke, that does not or has not still clicked in her head that this is something that is connected to the kind of work that we do. And so this is where, particularly awareness creation has to come to play, and this has to be very consistent. It has to be strategic, and you have to do it in a local way that the local people understand.
We saw a lot of things because they really don't care about the health issues. That's what we are trying to make them even understand how unhealthy it is to be doing what they are doing. Even though it's like a passion for them and part of them, but they can do it in a better way.
The process they are using currently is affecting their health. And if we want these women to live longer and also for them to be able to sustain their business, by the time we make available the things that we, help their health better and their well-being better, I think that will go a long way.
Gurasa is one of my favorite snacks, but I never knew the challenges and hardship that's deep that comes with it. It's very sad to see that, but it's also something we want to preserve because it's our culture and our heritage. So definitely after seeing everything, we would find a way to speak out, promote this issue, push it further as much as we can.
Experts warn that without urgent interventions, rising temperatures and unsafe working environments will continue to undermine women's health and income security. Today's dialogue explored practical solutions from cleaner heat sources to workplace cooling, microfinance support, and social protection measures.
I want to say on behalf of the Nigerian ministers' wives, we will look into this and we would definitely do something about it as well. And on my own as a person, I would definitely do something about it for these women, like the heat reducing machines and things like that we had in the documentary. Because today I have seen and I'm very inspired.
It's going to be a collective effort. A lot of us are here, and then to development partners, those that, because it involves resources. And for us in the power, we don't have a budget to execute that. But we can, create more awareness to let the public know what these women need for them to live a healthier life and also sustain their business.
In this business in particular, maybe financial support will help them and training. But the root cause of these issues is women being left behind. So from the baseline educational system has to be emphasized on female just as the male. I think once we reach there, women will participate more, will make a better living, will get equal representation, and their voice will be heard.
It was a vivid example of the difference of when you use a cleaner cooking method and when you use a dirty cooking method and what the impact you get results to. And so in those very short videos, we saw her use the charcoal and how she struggled to blow up the charcoal, the time it took for her, to use the charcoal. We also saw her use gas. For us, particularly in Africa, gas is a cleaner option. But that doesn't mean it's completely safe because it also has a health hazard and impact. If there's no much ventilation coming into the kitchen, and things like that, and a lot of blow-ups are happening. But above all else, which is also very tricky, is using either electric cooking stoves, and we all know how erratic power supply is for us in Nigeria. And so those are options, for us local people. Firewood is not part of that. And so we saw her use those processes, and people got to see firsthand the differences and how easy one of each is when we are trying to cook our meals on a daily basis.
On the morning of February 13, 1976, Nigeria woke up expecting another day under the leadership of a man many believed was changing the country's direction, not knowing that by midday, that man would be dead. His name was General Muritala Ramat Mohammed, head of state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Bold, blunt, uncompromising. And in just 200 days in power, he made more enemies than most leaders do in decades. This is not just the story of how he died. This is the story of why. Muritala Mohammed was born in Kano in 1938, a soldier shaped by discipline, fire, and speed. In the Nigerian army, he earned a reputation for acting first and explaining later. During the Nigerian Civil War, his aggressiveness on the battlefield made him both feared and admired. Within weeks, Muritala Mohammed retired thousands of civil servants and senior military officers. No long explanations, no committees, just action. Market traders, students, workers, to the masses, he was a hero. To the elite, he was a threat. Corruption to Muritala Mohammed was not a future problem. It was an immediate enemy. Thousands of civil servants, judges, and senior officers were dismissed for corruption, inefficiency, or abuse of office. There were no drawn-out trials, no political bargaining. Public office, he insisted, was not a private inheritance. In 1976, Muritala Mohammed announced a decision that will reshape Nigeria's future: the relocation of the nation's capital from Lagos to Abuja, a neutral city centrally located, designed to belong to no ethnic group, no region, no elite. He would not live to see Abuja built. But Abuja stands today because he imagined it first. Muritala Mohammed believed Nigeria must never appear weak, at home or beyond its borders. He rejected foreign interference in African affairs and took bold positions against apartheid and colonial control, supporting liberation movements across South Africa. Under him, Nigeria spoke loudly. Africa listened, and global powers took note. Friday, February 13, 1976, against security advice, General Muritala Mohammed insisted on driving himself to work. No armored car, no heavy escorts. Gunmen emerged, automatic rifles, no warnings. Within seconds, Nigeria's head of state was shot multiple times. He never made it out of the car. The car became a symbol not just of death, but of vulnerability. Bullets tore through metal, glass, and history. Inside that vehicle, a nation's momentum came to a sudden halt. This road looks ordinary today. Cars pass, people walk, life continues. But on this spot, Nigeria changed forever. No monuments can fully explain what happened here. No plaque can capture the silence that followed this gunfire. Within hours, the radio announced the unshakable. For the family, there was no state power, only grief. The coup was led by Lieutenant Colonel Bukar Shuka Dimka. His broadcast accused the government of betrayal and injustice, but the coup failed. Within days, Dimka and other conspirators were arrested, tried, and executed. History remembers names, but it forgets family. Behind every executed coup plotter were wives, children, parents condemned to silence, stigma, and unanswered questions. When the smoke cleared, power shifted to General Olusegun Obasanjo. He chose continuity over chaos. He completed Murtala's transition program and handed power to the civilians in 1979. Some watched from exile, some from within the system. All understood one truth. After Murtala, Nigerian leadership would never feel the same. Murtala Muhammad ruled for only 6 months, but his shadow stretches across decades. He imagined a new capital. He confronted corruption head-on. He defended Nigeria's sovereignty without apology. To some, he was reckless. To others, a patriot. To history, a reminder that change moves fast and enemies move faster. He died as he lived, in motion, unprotected, uncompromising. And Nigeria is still debating the cost. When Apple unveiled the iPhone 17, the world saw a new gadget. But in Nigeria, it became a new status symbol. Within hours of the global launch, social media timelines from Lagos to Abuja exploded. Unboxing, skids, giveaways. The question wasn't, what can it do? But, do you already have it? Celebrities flaunted theirs online. Jarvis unboxed hers. Adekunle gifted one to BB Nigeria winner Imisi, and actress Nkechi Blessing, in true internet drama, dunked hers in water to prove it was real. But behind the shine lies a deeper truth. An iPhone 17 in Nigeria costs between 2.5 and 4.6 million. That's more than 35 to 70 times Nigerian monthly minimum wage. Unlike in the US or UK, where people upgrade on credit or trade-ins, Nigerians must pay cash. No financing, no easy swaps. And that's how a new trend was born, the XR to iPhone 17 Pro Max conversion. Tech entrepreneur B. Lord went viral for selling reworked iPhone XRs in iPhone 17 shell, same old internals, new luxury look, at about 450,000 naira. He called it innovation. But critics like Very Dark Man called it deception, claiming the phones cost barely 280,000 to build, accusing sellers of repackaging used phones from China. What followed wasn't just an online field. It was a mirror of how our society looked. Because this isn't just about tech, it is about pressure. People are selling working phones, borrowing money, even buying counterfeit just to keep up appearances. In a country where most citizens earn below 300,000 a month, the iPhone 17 has become more than a device. It is a dream, a statement, a currency of relevance. So maybe the real question isn't who owns the iPhone 17, but who owns the narrative. Because in Nigeria today, the iPhone isn't about performance, it is about perception. And for many, that perception is everything.
Have you ever wondered if Nigerians leaders are focusing on the right priorities? At a time when many Nigerians are still worried about their safety, conversation in the political space are already shifting towards the next election. Political meetings are happening, alliances are being formed, and strategies are quietly taking shape. But this raises a serious concern. Should this really be the priority right now? Across the country, citizens still expect stronger action on security. Farmers want to return to their land without fear, and travelers want to move across the state without anxiety. And beyond security, there are also constitutional responsibility under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The government has clear duty to protect the welfare and security of its own citizens. In fact, Section 14 2B of the Constitution states that the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. Yet, the louder conversation seems to be about politics and power. At the same time, Nigerians are also dealing with the rising cost of fuel, which continues to affect transportation, food prices, and the general cost of living. For many households, daily survival is becoming more difficult. So the question becomes unavoidable. Should the government's main attention be on planning the next election or on fulfilling its constitutional duty to ensure the security and welfare of the citizen? Because without security and economic stability, everything else becomes uncertain. The economy, education, daily life, and even the elections themselves. So Nigerians are left asking one simple but powerful question. Are our leaders focused on the people's welfare as required by the Constitution or on the politics of the next elections? In part of East Africa, where ancient traditions meet modern ambition, a quiet transformation is taking place. From seeds to oil, from forest to bottle, Ethiopia's natural world is being reborn.
So we have customers that already know the products as well as working customers. They use the tester they are provided and they test the fragrance and the texture of the oil before they make a decision. As for our experience, people love products, run out of stock quickly, restock every time.
In a sunlit laboratory in Addis Ababa, science and heritage blend seamlessly. Each drop tells a story of land, culture, careful craftsmanship. Demand is rising, from curious walk-ins to loyal buyers. Ethiopia's organic oils are finding their place in the competitive global market.
I'm the founder and CEO of Jaka Origins. So we work on specialty natural products, so cosmetic oils, herbal teas, and food ingredient spices. It's been 7 years since I started the company. We're now a team of about 12 people, including our team in Butajara and Center in Ethiopia. Our goal is to be able to promote the use of indigenous plants. So we love so many of the traditions and the knowledge that's been shared down from generation to generation. And we hope that by doing this work, we're able to preserve the different uses of indigenous products.
For Fibin Tahai, this is more than business. It is a mission to reconnect Ethiopia with its botanical roots. Beyond the city, deep within Ethiopia's forests, the journey begins. Here, communities harvest nature's ingredients